Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, July the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Yeah, lots, as usual, lots happening. Now, just on a personal note, if you guys were in the room Friday afternoon, of course, if you're trading at all, you saw this one all day, this WIME, and you recall I was saying, man, if it can take out 10 at some point near the end of the day, this thing could really rip. So this is the, let's see, I think that's the 930. I'm sorry, the 330 candle. That's the 345 candle. So these are the last two 15-minute candles in a row. So I was very, very proud of myself. I ended up taking this trade just over 10. I think it was around 10.20. And I got out for about $4 thinking, wow. And then I lost, it went up another $8 after hours. I mean, just absolutely craziness. So we'll have to see what happens this morning. I mean, this is not shortable for me. Hard to believe it's going to keep ripping, but you just never know. But that is the WIME from Friday afternoon. So let's take a look at some of the things happening this morning. So another one of those SPACs, CCXX, merger with Multiplan. So this is up 18%, CCXX, a merger with Multiplan. I guess that's a private company. They will begin trading on New York. I'm not sure when, but and I don't know if it's probably not going to be under CCXX, but another one of these amazing SPAC trades. Ecor, just one moment, please. Just got to turn my music down just a little bit. There we go. So Ecor is a virus play. I almost took this one. I was looking at this one over 3, and at this point, I mean, it still has a lot of room. If you look at the weekly chart, it has still have a lot of room to run. 502 up here. Well, let's see if it bases just a little bit and then takes a pop once the market opens. EQ, another virus play. It's starting to fade a little bit here. Positive data. Workhorse. Now this one, very interesting. So trying to figure out the news on this one, but at the beginning, this was actually a gap down, and now it is gapping up big. The only thing I could see was something to do with a important distinction in California, and that is the reason for this one ramping up. I couldn't see anything other than that brief headline about WKHS. And alt continues its, well, it is pulling back quite a bit. Actually, it's pulling back quite a, it's a lot. 34, it hit $35 pre-market. Now it's at 26. So that's a big pullback now for alt. Another SPAC, HAYC, Haymaker acquisition. Do I see a reason for this being up? Yeah, there it is. Arco, Haymaker and Arco combined to expand U.S. convenience store business. Okay, so that is another SPAC. It's just too bad it's not shortable real. Let's see what else. PSV, it was a big one last week. This is, let's see what it's doing. Yeah, it is down 30% now. I thought maybe they did a financing. I don't see any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news for PSV. Of course, this had a huge day on Friday, all the way up to 3. It's pulling way back now. BYFT is a buyout. BYFT is a buyout. Private. They're going private. Must have the wrong symbol. Is it BFYT? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's BFYT, not BYFT. So they are being taken private. SPAC, I think it's Special Projects Acquisition Company, something like that, SPAC. Basically, they have no business. They're just looking for companies to acquire. That's their business. NBY, interesting news. Let's see if it sustains, if this news interest sustains itself. NBY, virus play, all this. DLPN is up. They actually have earnings after hours. Gee, I'm typing in. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I've been typing in the wrong symbol. Obvious. No, that's right. Okay, DLPN has earnings after hours. So it is gapping up ahead of that. SSSS is gapping up also. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. Sends Palantir Link, okay, something to do with Palantir Links sends Suro shares surging 30% pre-market. BOXL, another gap up. I don't see any, again, you know, it's tough, you know, I just don't see any specific news. So, well, I hope nobody's holding this one. Celsion, big gap down, independent arbiter, not arbiter, but I guess they engaged independent study, and basically they said, you know what, you should stop your study, or your phase 2 or phase 3 study. So this is really, I mean, look at this, down 67%, a million shares for CLSN, down through the 200-day moving average also. Yes, NETE is big popping here, extends exclusivity period, so Mullen extends the exclusivity period for the merger with NetElement. Okay, so that is the news for NetElement. OSS. And OSS, another, so this got up a little over 3 actually. Look at the volume that came in on that 15-minute candle right there. And again, you know, it's frustrating. I just don't see any news for it, specific news for it. And this is the big week coming up, guys. We have earnings season. Will be really starting this week. We have a COA, of course, on the 15th, but we have all the big banks, Goldman, Citi, Wells Fargo, etc., etc. So earnings season starts this week. We'll have to see what they're going to say. Of course, their Q2 is obviously not going to look good, but how are they? I don't think there's going to be very much guidance. We're just going to have to see how the market reacts to these earnings releases this week and for the next month. Yeah, when the market starts, I mean, there is a volume. You can use something like this. I don't know, not for a top list, but for an alert window. Not a specific amount, but you know, volume 1 minute %, and that'll compare over the previous. I don't know how many 1 minute candles it goes back, but it'll compare to previous 1 minute candles. So you can put a % in here. All right, CETX is starting to pop here. CETX, also another low float situation. Lots of volume, 36%. CETX. Trade of the week is Grub. So you got the trade of the week this week. I'm not sure. I think the trigger is something 71 something, perhaps. Have to read the email. All right, 9:16. Let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. See how active they were. Mild activity for the analysts on both the upside and the downside. So I'll get the upgrades in right now. Ha! Tesla upgraded. Keep an eye on Run. Run is still, man, it's still running. I see it has an upgrade also this morning. Kind of looking at it pre-market, is still running a bit here. I mean, it's amazing what some of these solars have done. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I will get the downgrades in now. Ha, a downgrade for YMI from Maxim. All right, there are some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So guys, I did change my symbol list name for my watch list up and down. So the new symbol list is Atomic. Okay, so if you're following this, you want to follow my watch list up and down all day, just from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so make sure you have your layout saved to the cloud before you load anything from the channel bar. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, so again, you'll see nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. This window will start as early as 9:30. Another one that's down quite a bit that had a big day on Friday and Thursday and Friday, a big day, actually popped through the 200-day. It is now way below the 200-day moving average, and that is GRTS. Just want to see if they did actually, no, I thought maybe it was a financing, but they're down in cancer vaccine data. So not good news for this GRTS. I don't know if people were anticipating a news release about it, but obviously they were wrong. They bet wrong. Well, it's within IB. I mean, I can't tell you exactly. It's just an option. Um, I think it's in the order entry. There's a little box called Allow Pre-Open, something like that. You have to go to IB. I mean, I can't tell you exactly. I mean, I think that's where it is. Or fill outside regular market hours, something like that. So when you right click, unless Brad didn't do it, please tell me he did it. Symbol list, you do not see. No, actually, I've got to check mine here too. Actually, thanks for reminding me. I forgot to check mine. Okay, just watching some of the pre-market flyers, see if they're continuing. Ecore could get interesting. I mean, there is room, definitely a lot of room for Ecore. See if it. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the pre-market, which is around 340 or so. Just take a look at it on that weekly chart. Look at all the room it's got. I think yeah, work is funny because work really never caught on. You know, like the other stay-at-home tech sites. You know, and you would have thought work would have been one of them. It just really never caught on. I mean, yes, it had a pop, but I mean, certainly nothing like Zoom or the rest of them. So we'll have to see how active China is again this week. China stocks, of course, the last 2 weeks were very active. This is one. NEW. So NBY, I thought maybe NBY, I thought that news might have, of course, it does have some resistance not that far away on that weekly chart around 180, possible resistance around 186. The SPY is, it might be just the way, I think I have to, if I get rid of, no, that didn't help. SPY just looks like it's flattening out. Continue to watch eCore to see how well it holds over that whole number of 3 and see when the market opens, see if it takes out that pre-market high. I removed maybe post also. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, NETE just rippage here. Another one that's just coming in now. Look at the volume coming into CIDM. Low float probably at 9.8 million in the float. Of course, about one, two, three, four, five, six. About a month and a half ago, this stock was up to 6. CIDM. Reports highest quarterly digital sales in 5 years. That's what that's the news for Cinedigm. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of these two. And again, I will have my Brokerage Plus window loaded on the simulation trading, paper trading. If you're new to trading, please, please, please practice. Before you commit real money, use our paper trader. Again, if you're on the web-based version, it's not available. But if you do have our program and you have the app, of course, then just from the toolbar, new Brokerage Plus window, and then all you have to do is click on simulated trading, and then you're ready to go. Well, Brokerage Plus was always included for standard. Okay, it was always included. Okay, the only difference we've made, and it's a big difference, I guess. If you do want to auto trade the AI, we used to charge $1,100 for a one-time licensing fee. That's no longer. But it was always included as part of your standard service if you wanted a paper trade or things like that. So. Well, you have to have at least our standard. You have to at least have our standard subscription. Jeremy, I don't know why you did not receive the trade of the week. You can always go to info at trade. Oops. You know, you might want to check your spam folder, things like that. But I can't answer that question why you didn't receive it. Well, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. You know, anyway, I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Not that, again, I always say it's not that things are totally settled down after 15 minutes, but I typically do not trade in the first 15. I find it a little too whippy, so I will miss the ones that gap up and keep going. But I'm just prepared to live with that. Well, yeah, you can only, first of all, yeah, JB, you should not have, you have to, okay, the market's going to open less than a minute, but very quickly, JB, you should not have more than 500 price alerts. I mean, that's, you should be going through your price alerts and getting rid of a lot. Yeah, we do have a maximum, but I mean, if you're just putting them in here and then not looking at them, some of them are just, well, not non-existent, but you have to pair them, okay? I mean, you may have set a price alert a month ago that is totally irrelevant. Okay, so you have to go in and check them and get rid of some of them. All right, guys, market's going to open in 2, 1, 0. Let's have a great trading week. There is no, you cannot use Brokerage Plus on the website. On the website, on the web-based version. If you're looking to trade your own account, if that's what you're talking about, then this is the great video to watch, okay? That's all I can say. Okay, Brokerage Plus intro. All right, everybody, we are now open. Let's see what's happening here. So well, that's a big fade for EQ. Wow, got a high as 14 and now down to 880. There is no L2 screen, and Michael, no, you cannot change the amount. It's $100,000. That is the default. I think down the road we're going to allow people to put in whatever they want, but right now it is $100,000, and we don't have L2. No, I mean not most. If you want L2, you can get it from your broker, of course. I don't have the CLSN as halted. It must have been a very quick one. I should have been a very quick one then. All right, EVRI was a high flyer last week, and it actually popped way up here, but is now coming back down, getting up. And now WKH is starting to fade. At an interesting pre-market, it was actually gapped down, then it gapped up. Something to do with an important distinction in California. That was a headline that I read, but now starting to fade somewhat. Just one moment, please. Yeah, so this got halted on the way up. This is not over yet. WIMI. Yeah, I mean, Tesla is just, I mean, look at the volume too. Look at the volume for Tesla. You got 1 million shares, boom, 1.2 million shares. It's going to hit that $2,000 price target pretty soon. Listen, that's not a recommendation. I'm just commenting on that as what some analysts are talking about. Oh, EQ just falling here. Was this shortable? It was shortable. Wow, just falling. The virus play, positive data. So what? I mean, this is now cut in half almost from the pre-market. If you can't see what I'm talking about, then you probably have to do a refresh. All right. I'm sharing my screen. You probably just have to do a refresh. If you're right beside the gear icon, there's a refresh icon. More than likely. Otherwise, you might have to use Chrome as your browser. That's the only other thing I can suggest. All right, well, eCore is really doing nothing. It is just kind of sitting around 3. So waiting to see if it can. And this one from last week, SPAQ. So it did pop up again, but it is starting to drift down somewhat. Okay, if you have the AI, you know that we've got our first alert. Not a huge fan of the ones at 9:35, but you know, you want to trade it, up to you. Like to see things settle down just a little bit, but this might run. I mean, it's a spread like, you know, it's a tough spread, but anyway, up to you guys. You have the if you have the AI. So Ecor just gave up 3 now. All right, VSLR is obviously on the move here. So is NETE. Let's see, go back a little bit for VSLR. I don't think there's any real resistance. I have to go back to 2015, have to go back to 2014 before we see these levels. So, I mean, you got to go back 6 years. So VSLR, of course, this was an AI alert here about 4 days ago, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago at 1342, along with Run. So Run and VSLR are still moving higher. And then there's NIO. NIO is still China car company, of course, just taking out last week's or Friday's high in IO. Wow. Well, real. We thought it might fade. No shorts of me. Look at this. Did it get halted again? NXTC got halted on the way down. NXTC got halted on the way down. So a couple of volatility halts already for WIMI. And this is, let's see, 2730. What did it get halted at? So as we speak, stacking up at 2727, halt at 26, so a little bit above. This is an interactive broker's window, guys. Don't ask me for it. This is not part of Trade Ideas. Your broker will have something like this if you don't have IB. Well, guys, NIO now is in getting to be sort of, no pun intended, uncharted territory here. I mean, last week we're talking about taking this area out right here, and obviously this is what it's done today. Now, it's not quite a lifetime high. Probably have to go back just a little bit to see a lifetime high right up here, but it's getting very close to a lifetime high for NIO. Well, I don't know if you're in the pre-market, Jack. I was saying how I was very proud of myself on the YMA. I think I made about 4 on it. Remember I was talking about taking out 10? And there was that, and then look at the post-market action. It was another $8, and now look at it. I mean, it's just crazy. You could have just as easily dropped $10 so with that float, and I mean, really. You know, you read the news. I mean, it doesn't really matter what we think, though. You know, I say it all the time. Doesn't matter what we think about the news. If looks like a fluffy piece, doesn't really matter. It's what the market is telling us, and how's Solo doing? Not really. So NIO is solo and FUV. How are they doing? Yeah, not that much. All right. Well, just a word on the VUSI alert. Look left, and there is some resistance not that far away. Okay, EQ now is halted on the way up. It had a big bounce from 733 right up to 868. Did have some news pre-market. NXTC just already we're getting a bunch of halts. NXTC just resumed. Wow, NIO. Wow. This is now almost a lifetime high now for NIO. It's got to be within pennies. Keep an eye on BMRA, guys. It looks interesting. There is that red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. Looking left on that weekly chart, 1147. So it's a couple of dollars away from that. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but and volume is coming in. Low float situation, 7.7 million in the float. That's for the BMRA. This will show up here if it makes a new high at 9:45. Again, I have a delay on these two windows, nothing until 9:45. Doesn't mean at 9:45 we get something, but I don't know how easy it's going to be to get the GRTS as a short. It is down a lot already, 38%. Uptick rule in effect. This is not shortable. I think this is the big red. Oh, it is shortable now. Oh, I thought it was the big red dotted IB, meaning not shortable. How many shares? Just for fun. Oh, lots of shares. 600,000 shares. Not wanting. I'm saying to take the short right now, but it is available. Oh, it's a good thing. Friday, 5 minutes before the close. It's a good thing you did. Yeah, the trailing stop, I don't know if it actually works. And I get the question all the time. Have you watched the video? Because I know he talks about stop loss. Of course, you can change your stop loss. Of course, you don't have to. But I don't know if you've watched the video. Okay, guys, I am watching the GRTS, so I want to see if how well it holds 5 here. I know he talks a lot about change stops and etc. in there. So again, I'm not an expert. I know, of course, if I had a stop right on the chart, I mean your stop should be right on the chart. You'll see it. You can just move it, move the line right in your chart. That's what I'd be doing. Do you not see a line right on your chart when you're in the B plus trade? Either are you talking about your real money or are you talking about in the simulator? You should see a line right on the chart where your stop is, and you can just move it up and down. That's what I'd be doing. You should see a line. Watch. If I take this trade right here, well, if you have, again, you're going to have to watch the video then. Are you using your own strategy or are you just doing a manual? Are you just doing it manually? Okay. Well, add the stop in. I mean, then you don't have a stop, then add it in. So if I wanted to take VCLR right now, okay, 100 shares. So I buy 100 shares at the market. There I am. If I want to put a stop in, say right here, I don't know, at the bottom of that, say 1680, right click, add a stop, 1680. Okay, now it's right on the chart, right there, right on the chart. Now I can do whatever I want with that line. So treat it like a trailing stop. You know, if the trade starts to work well, just start to move it up. And of course, you can put a target in if you wanted to put a target. Add a target order. You know, if you want to put 1750. I'm just throwing these out, of course. So the same thing. You're going to see your target appear on the screen, right there. So the same thing. As you get closer to the target, if you don't want to get out, of course, you can just move your target up and down. Or let's say it stalls. You don't have to wait for a target. You want to get out, you can move your target down right on the chart. It's all part of the simulator. Of course, if you're trading your IB account, your real money, you can do all this, but you'll have to watch that video. Now, I rolled through this really quickly. I go over this in a lot more detail around 10:30. All right, guys, Ecor on the move here. Keep an eye on Ecor right now. This is just made a new high, but there's the pre-market high. And if you look left, it definitely has some room. Look left on that weekly chart, you can see, room to 5. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's still a little bit whippy. I got a topping tail, so I'd be probably waiting for a break of the pre-market high, which is around 337. You're giving up some, but that might give it enough momentum to keep running a little bit and try to fill in this void. Look how whippy it was. That's why I wait. Don't chase. I just wait for that. I had my price alert set right up there. That blue line did not take it out. Now look at it. I mean, that is a real, man, I hope people did not get kind of sucked into this one. I mean, it looked like it was a great break over 3 briefly, and then it dropped. Yeah, this is in the simulator. Everything I do here is in the simulation. I do not go back and forth, trade my IB account back and forth. Everything I do is demonstrating the simulation in action. When I want to make a trade for my account, I just trade within IB. I have not taken any trades yet. Well, I was, but it's bouncing. I was looking. I wanted to see how well it held under 5, but I was looking to short it, GRTS, but this looks more like a bounce play now. All right, NBY. Now NBY, what did it get down to? 142. So there's a big move now for NBY. Did have some news, virus news, pre-market. And of course, it's not a super low float. I mean, it's a low float, but it's not a crazy low float. But look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume today for it. 98 times normal. Now, Sava, this is a red bar ignored. Sava. Now, only problem is, look at that 200-day moving average, 417. It's very, very close to the 200-day moving average. I mean, obviously, if it takes it out, then it's got a ton of room, SAVA. But this may stall it for a bit anyway. 417. It's too bad that's there. That's a great red bar ignored. You have the uptrend. You have the red bar engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, resuming the trend. But there's that 200-day moving average. So I'm going to stick an alert around 421, see if it can take it out. And because obviously, I mean, it still has a ton of room if it can take it out. Celsius trying to bounce a little bit here, all right? I don't know what else they've got in their pipeline, but it is trying to bounce a little bit. I mean, it hit 1, it's 129 now. Celsius, CLSN. No, I can't do that, Ali. There's no link. You have to load it from. Why can't you Why can't you get into the Trade Ideas room? But it's from the channel bar. There's no link for it. You have to go to the channel bar, or sorry, from the toolbar, and then click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. There's no link for it. It's in the channel. It's one of the channels. Now, so far, I mean, that was a real fake out there, that 329. The EQ also. What a big fake out. All over the place, EQ. But VSLR, guys, I mean, this is a, I mean, this is in the simulator, but over the whole number. We've already established it. I just think I just missed it. I was going to take the trade. We've already established that this is really got no resistance. Try again, Ellie. Okay, I don't know why you can't log in. Wow, look at, okay, I just talked about a little bounce for Celsius. And it is starting, that's a great bounce off the dollar. It's 30%. All right, so Sava, what did it get to? I think it got just a couple of pennies above. Yeah, so it hit 419. There's the 200-day moving average, 417. So it did not really break that 200-day moving average with any oomph. Okay, great. Nah, keep an eye on MPW. Nice little break here for MPW. It's a big float, half a billion in the float, but nice break here over the whole number. Has a little bit of room, maybe. Look at Ecor. Wow, disappointed. I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed. I thought on that break of 3, it would really start to rip. Had all sorts of room, but just didn't happen. I'm fine. How are you? All right, so my alert for Sava is still up here, above about 421, above the 200-day moving average. Let's see if it takes it out. Green line right there. You can see that it got basically right to it and stopped. No, I don't predict anything. We're just, I don't, I'm not in the prediction game. All we can do is see stocks that are maybe bottoming that might start to turn around. But I did not predict that this was going to bounce the way it did. No. Keep an eye on the MPW. What did it get in the pre-market? 1811. Only issue is it doesn't have that much room. I mean, if you look left on the daily chart, I'm not saying that's going to stall it. I mean, it looks a lot better if you look way up here. I mean, it has a long way if it starts taking out these daily highs. What a messy trader this one is today. WKHS. Pre-market drop, pop, drop. Yeah, NBY, I mean, you look at the news, some kind of a spray. Did you check to see if there's any news? If you checked and you can't find any, I'm sure I won't be able to. Yeah, I don't see any. You can't. There's no selection for aggressive. It's just conservative or moderate. You're talking right here. Yeah, you cannot put it on aggressive. Yeah, I mean, you can, yeah, obviously you can handle the alerts on your own. Aggressive would mean that you're not getting out of the trade until the very end of the day, no matter what happens, which is crazy. It's just showing you what would happen if. I getting tired of saying it every week, but I'm can't wait for the day we get rid of the notion of those three versions. Yeah, well, it's now called aggressive, conservative, and moderate. Okay, so we got rid of risk. People didn't understand what it meant, risk on, risk off. So we changed it to conservative, meaning getting out exactly when the AI got out of the trade. Moderate, meaning stay into the trade. Like what would happen if you did stay in the trade right to the end of the day, unless the stop actually got hit. And then aggressive is what would happen if you stayed in the trade all day, even if the stop got hit. Okay. Okay, I can talk about it now. This is what I said about Vuzi. You know, the next high looking left was 430. Wasn't that far away. So that's why I didn't really like the trade. So market's starting to fade a little bit here, guys. Market is, opened, big gap up, but it's starting to fade a little bit now. Well, this one is really fading though. This AVRI is a big gap up, but is really giving it up. Still positive for the day. Lots and lots of volume. No, I know. I had some spray for the virus. Well, we haven't seen yet. Anyway, we haven't seen a runner, a small cap real runner this morning, like a YMI from Friday. July 10th post market. Very few companies release earnings after hours on a Friday, but I guess Shaw Communications did. Big communications company in Canada, SJR, they released after hours. I wonder if that's correct. It seems a little crazy. Well, regardless, this is an earnings play, and SJR has some room to. There's that 200-day moving average, 1820. And look at the gap for Shaw. No, it resumed. WIMI resumed. A lot of chop in the market right now with some of the ones that were really active in the pre-market. A lot of chop. Look at EQR. I mean, it's up, down, up, down, up, down. Run and VS, of course, Run is being, or VSLR is being acquired by Run. So they're going to probably look the same in terms of pattern. So they did actually release Friday. I mean, very, very few companies do that. release on a Friday afternoon after the market closes Friday. I don't know. If you save your work, I've never had that issue. I mean, I've never had that issue. To me, if you just save it, these are, I mean, I don't use them anymore really, but I mean, these are the ones that I did create and they're always there. Well, just save your work, file, save, or share to cloud, entire layout, give it a name and save it. Also, when you exit trade ideas, file, exit, and it says save layout, you can say, then it'll go to your computer as opposed to just in the cloud. And when you reopen, you should see the same ones all the time. Oh, I don't know. I don't know why they. Very few companies release earnings after hours on a Friday. I can't tell you why they do it, why they did it. I can't tell you that. But very few companies do that. Well, sitting on my hands a little bit here. The VXRT is interesting. Problem is, yeah, look how whippy these things are. I mean, there's a huge move for NETE pre-market. Up, down, now starting to drop NETE. And of course, if you have the stomach for this sort of thing, the why my, oh man, for fun, I'm going to put a price alert at the high. I've lost my linking. Yeah, it's not going to work. Guys, I'm going to have to shut down my brokerage platform and reload it. So I'm going to put myself on mute for about a minute. All right, guys, I'm reconnected. Yeah, the VXRT, I was going to maybe take this trade just before I lost my connection. Ah, look at that. What a run. It still has room. Takes out 10. I mean, look left. 1438. No, no, it happens very infrequently, but every now and then, no, I don't have to reconnect. All I do, no, I don't have to reestablish the linking every time I exit trade ideas, but every now and then, you know, the linking just disappears for whatever reason. No rhyme or reason. What I do, I know this is not the, what I do is when I go to tools, external linking, I just disable it. And then I know there's a way in which you close down one and then reopen the same order, etc. I just disable it, and then when I load my program, I just enable it. Oh God, the VXRT, yeah, just as I lost my connection, I think it was a 935. Meanwhile, okay, just took it out, guys. I mean, this is, so what external linking does is it's a time saver. So you can establish a link between your brokerage platform and trade ideas so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry screen. Okay, that's what it is. That's what our external linking tool does. Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers, so you can actually use this window here to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Okay, that's the only account this Brokerage Plus works with. Otherwise, with most other brokers, all you're doing, you just, tools, external linking, and you establish a link. Again, all it is a time saver. So if you're clicking on a lot of alerts like me all day long, I don't want to have to type in WIMI into my order entry. I want it to load automatically. From there, I can trade it. Okay, that makes sense? Okay, Anti just showing up. Now, what do we have here? So we've got the next high looking left on the weekly chart is about $1.50. It could struggle to get through there. So I'm going to stick an alert around $1.52. 50 cents would be maybe tough to get through even if this weren't here. I mean, and then the next high looking left on that weekly is around $1.80. So we'll have to see what happens. It's probably, yeah, it's a low float. But the market's putting in a nice pop now. Nice pop on that 15-minute chart. Thoughts on Arlo? Actually, it's pretty nice. You look at this on the weekly chart, it's got a lot of room now. It's taken all this out today. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be. I don't know if there are any news. Any news on Arlo? I don't see any specific news on it. But I mean, definitely, and it's through the 200-day moving average. Kind of interesting. But also through the 200-day moving average. I mean, that's a big deal. Actually, it's a pretty good looking play. Decent volume, 500,000 already. 3.9 times normal. Definitely watching Owen. Sorry, Arlo. Definitely watching it. Yeah, this is something else I keep saying. They're going to be adding a way in which you can track all your trades within a B plus. I mean, right now I don't know if you can export. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a way to export. I may be wrong. Yeah, I didn't think so, the Dreamer. Yeah. Okay, guys, I do like this Arlo. The longer it holds here, I like to see it base just a little bit and maybe a pop. I mean, it's beautiful right through that 200-day moving average, but more importantly, looking left, it's got some room on the monthly chart. So on the monthly chart, actually, there's a high of 338. May stall it somewhat. All right, well, I have to do this. I have to put an alert here, right around here for Arlo, 324-ish. Maybe take the trade if it gets there. Market is still putting in a nice little, that's a great little green candle there. Wow. Yeah, I did see that in the pre-market. I did see AFA with an upgrade. I mean, it's a great break on the daily. MJ is actually at an interesting level here. No, there it is. I was watching it in the pre-market. It was sitting right around there. So there's the ETF for the cannabis sector. Okay, so it is now breaking out a little bit on the daily chart. Still has, I mean, it's hard to get, for me anyway, it's hard to get too excited about this sector yet, but give me one moment, please. Yeah, it'll be a tough one for me to try to help you, EH. You talking about when you add it from the heart, or just add it normally? Okay, so you're adding it right here, send to the symbol list, and you're adding it in. Do you have any filters at all in your top list window? And as the dreamer said, it does take 30 seconds. Well, so it's not a top list window. It's an alert window. It's an alert window or a top list window. Oh, okay. So it does take 30 seconds. No filters at all. See, the problem is I cannot look at it because your symbol list is unique to your account. So I cannot, I won't be able to see it. The only other thing I can think of is how many symbols do you have in your how many symbols do you have on that watch list? Ah, there was a filter. Okay. It's usually always a reason. All right, lazy days, sort of an interesting one. I saw this one on, I was doing my scanning after hours and over the weekend. And, it's a low float situation, 7.6, not a lot of volume yet, but I mean, for it, 56 times normal. And it's had a great run. And the high looking left is 1170. So that would be a lifetime high, I believe, right up here for lazy. Or just a new low. A new low, GRTS would be just like we have the alert, which would tell you when the new low of the day is hit. Yeah, it's a real simple one, like in here. New low, new high. I mean, it's really that simple. Well, I've been trying to get the GRTS short, but I'm not getting a fill. And the reason, of course, the reason is, of course, it's down more than 10%, so the uptick rule isn't in effect. I sat there for a while on the bid, but they did not want to fill me. So I'm not going to chase it. But now it looks like an interesting short, and that is from the AI. Yeah, and this is halted on the way up. I mean, I put this in here this morning just for almost for fun here, but I mean, 26.41, 27.22 now. You know what one is coming off the bottom here is AYRO. AYRO. Nice base, just underneath 5. And Arlo just doesn't want to move. Sava now. Sava, okay. Over the 200-day again, Sava. Okay, ante now is over $1.50 and over that high right there, 148. And looking left, 171 is the next high looking left for ante. Now we're starting to get some activity in some of these cheaper ones. And any just got halted. Low float, 3.7 million in the float. Wow, what a run it's had. And any just got halted. No, I said any is halted, not anti. Any. A-N-Y, not anti. Wow. So there was the alert at 4:01. Yeah, looking left on the higher, yeah, daily, weekly, and monthly. So you look left on the weekly chart for, well, you don't even have to look at the daily, but look at the weekly and the monthly for Savile. Look at how much room it's got. Again, when I say that, I have no idea if it, I don't know where it's going to stop, but at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. Well, I'm being pretty stubborn about the ARLO. I'm going to continue to watch this one. I kind of like the way it's pacing right here. Like the way it's pacing. And let's see if we can get a little volume pop and get it running. Here's the 200-day moving average. It's still hanging over there a little bit. So Real is talking about SQM as being extended, and also you just have to look here, looking left, 29.72. That's the next high looking left on that daily chart, and then right there, 29.93. So you would think that 30 in that area is going to be really tougher to get through. You would think. Well, and there's the volume. I mean, okay, guys. Okay, I'm in this one, Arlo now. I'm in this Arlo now. 323. I'm waiting on that 322, 323. Decided to take it, so there it is. Has room. We'll see. Looking left is 338. See if it can get through that. If it can get through that, then it's definitely got some more room. I just like the way it's broken free of that weekly today. And of course, this is day one of the week, so. So again, 338, it may stall there, guys. Just be aware of that for the Arlo. You know, I don't tell you when to take a trade or when to get out. I mean, you have to manage the trades on your own, but I mean, just be aware. All right, I did take some out at 331 just in case it cannot get through that 338. So nothing fantastic yet, but we'll see. We'll have to just see if it can take it out at 338. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, wow, it's 10:34 already. So, first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen, live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. One of two ways you can get it. All my scans, if you click on the Scans tab from within the room, here are all the scans that I am sharing. And also the room drive icon. It looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share. If you click on download, it'll go to a Word document. And then you can take a look at all the scans a little more at your leisure. And in order to load a scan into the room, all you have to do is copy the link. And then file. Or when I say, sorry, I should say to load it onto your screen. File, copy the link, then file load from cloud. And the link will probably be right in here once you've copied it. If it isn't, just paste it in and then load it. We'll talk about some of the subscriptions that we do have. There is a promo code, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on this subscription link. And we basically have four plans. We have a premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and yearly is the AI. This is what the AI, I'm going to go over this in more detail later, but this is what the AI looks like. You basically load this window and wait for the alerts to come in. You can see obviously a nice one. I could not get this, because of the uptick rule, and I didn't want to chase it down, but I'm going to go over the AI in more detail, but that's why if you want to get our premium service, that's the reason why you want to get it. It's for the AI. You don't have to start off with our premium or an annual plan. You can just try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 a month, less than 15%, or the premium monthly, $228, less than 15%. And as always, if you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. Talk about some of the links here. Wow, VXRT. This is the other one, just as my brokerage platform was disappearing on me. Timing is everything. I've already gone over the subscription pricing. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your account, then please watch this video, Brokerage Plus intro. It covers all aspects of it. I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day, basically a summary of what's happened in the room up to that point. 20 short lessons. If you are a new subscriber or you're thinking about subscribing, you can click, that link right there, the 20 short lessons. Great link. Shows you how to create things like a top list and an alert window and multi-strategy windows. A lot of the basic features of trade ideas. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that link into the room because to me it's a really important link if you're new to trade ideas. Oops, what happened here? Okay, now, so I also put a training link in there, okay? So the training link, it also has the 20 short lessons, but it also, there are the 20 lessons, but it also has what we call TI University, a lot of nice videos here. And if you're brand new to the market, Back to Basics webinar series, okay? We also have 4 webinars a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. And now I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Wow, VXRT. This is right there, guys. There was a great little entry right there around 9.35. $1. It says tacked on $1. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about the AI. Wow, it's a great alert now. I mean, I just could not get it. I wanted to get it at 492. I did move it down to 490. They just would not fill me. Just could not get the fill, and it kept moving down. I just didn't want to chase it. But it's a great alert now. And that is from the AI. So this is what the AI is all about. AI waits for the market to close every day, so it has access to the latest market data. And we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, which go through an optimization procedure at the end of every trading day. The optimization procedure, this is not one of the AI strategies, but if it were, it takes a look at the filters within the strategy. The AI strategies have way more filters, and maybe starts to change the values. I have right now a price between 1 and 20. What happens if we change it, say 5 and 20, just as an example? Runs the back tester. What happens to the profit factor, win percentage? Maybe takes a filter out completely, adds one in. Obviously, you need a computer to do this, to run through all 50 strategies. Tomorrow, this is what happened Friday afternoon. And these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. They made the cut because they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut because, again, it runs through the optimization procedure using the latest market data. So now all you have to do, if you have our premium service, is from the toolbar, new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. The strategy trades window. And this is the window, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You can actually incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. And you just wait for the alerts to happen, and you basically manage the trades as you see fit. This is not shortable. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, NXTC is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. I looked at this one a little, and not shortable in terms of the big red dot. Not just they'll not easily shortable, in which they'll try to find shorts for you. This is the big red dot at Interactive Brokers anyway. All right, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So as I said before, Brokerage Plus, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your real account, your live money, etc., then you can use Brokerage Plus in order to trade. And I'm just going to pop that video in here. So please watch the video. It shows all the ins and outs, how you can create your own strategy, how you can auto trade your own strategy, how you can auto trade the AI if that's what you want to do. Okay? All that is covered in that video. That's why I don't go over it anymore in the room. What I talk about is the simulation. So if you're new to trading, again, I always say this, absolutely encourage you to practice trading before you commit real money to the market. This is what our simulator is so good at. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It connects to, it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. So now, to take a trade, like I did earlier, the VSLR, you can do it in a very manual way. Like I did, I just basically, you just have to click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. These are hotkeys. So flatten gets out of a position. Half your position. Doubles your position. Okay. So if I want to take candy right now, I take 300 shares of it. I'm going to buy right at the market because the spread is okay. It's only a 2-cent spread. So it just took the trade, 554. All right, 300 shares. Now, at this point, of course, you always should have a stop before you get into the trade, but I'm just showing you how you can manually do all this. So if I wanted to put a stop at the, the low of that 5-minute candle, which is about 535, whoops. So I can add my stop. I've added the stop, and if I want to put a target in, say $6, I can do all that, and now this has been added right on the chart. Now you can move these lines up and down. Again, if you want to move your stop, use it as a trailing stop. It's, it really starts working. Trade starts working for you. You can start moving your stop up, putting it in a place that makes sense on a chart, as opposed to some kind of an arbitrary, well, I want to have a 10-cent stop or a half a cent or 0.5% trailing stop. To me, it makes a lot more sense to use the chart and and check to see where there is a support level, such that if the price fell below that support level, that's where you'd want to get out. Obviously, I got out of the Arlo, guys. Yeah, the 338. I mean, but come on. Yeah, that 338 proved to be just a little too much. Now it's sitting right on top of the 200-day again. So I'll be putting an alert again around 324. See if it regains that. The problem again is always going to be this little 338. Sorry, right there, or wherever it was. Here, I'm sorry, on that weekly chart. If it can clear 338, then it's got a lot of room. Yeah, so I'm not a great pullback player. I mean, I say this all the time, not a great pullback player. Obviously, this is pulling back. This is a 3-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart. As I would understand it, unless it got above the high of that 5-minute candle again. So I'll stick an alert at 142. I think there are other things that have to happen, but I'm just not a great pullback player. I mean, this is really pulling back now on a percentage basis. I mean, from 160 down to 127, that's a big percentage pullback. Yeah, so you know, right? I can't tell you that. You have to have a stop in place. If it hit your stop, well, you know what to do. You know, VSLR is really actually starting to shape up pretty nicely, just over that whole number. Just over that whole number, 17. So what's the high here? 1731. I mean, obviously it still has room to run. I mean, it is, again, it's all tied in with run. No pun intended. But run is buying them, I believe. And that's what, of course, started the whole, everything. That was on, what date was that? That was on the 7th of July. Still, yeah, I want to see this semi. Is it? Yeah, I want to see it really break out. I mean, look at the room this has got. I mean, we've been following this one for a while now. CEMI. It's just been a little bit choppy, but I mean, look at the room it's got. There's a 200-day moving average right up here, right around 607. Well, I've been trading longer than that, but I started as a customer with Trade Ideas in 2010. I've been trading longer than that, but good morning, Lee. Well, there's Semi now on the move here. Maybe this is the day. Maybe this will be the day that it finally breaks free of all this. This has been very choppy on the daily chart over the last week or so. Maybe today's the day. It's a low float. 16.9. 4 million shares are traded, so 2.9 times normal. So Maybe this is the day, guys. Certainly looks like it. Yeah, it keeps me busy. Is that an I or an L? Rattler? And as usual, guys, this window here from about 1:30 on to the balance can give us some really, really nice alerts. We already have some early ones, but 1:30 on also. Give me a moment here, please. You can't put a trailing stop in the chart, but you can use where you have your stop, the line, just move it. Use that like a trailing stop. Okay, so for instance, I mean, right there, candy. Okay, this is what I want to take the line there and start moving it to areas that make sense if the trade starts working. Where there's an obvious, well, I mean, maybe it's not obvious if you're new to trading, but there should be some, once you get used to trading and idea of looking at charts, you're going to see some areas on the chart that look like, potential support. So that if it breaks down below that support, you should be out of the trade, as an example. So just move, use this as your trailing stop. That makes sense? As opposed to an artificial. I mean, again, this is just general. This is not directed to, specifically to you, but I mean, people say, well, I want to have a 1% trailing stop. It's so artificial in my opinion. It's like saying every stock, every trade I get in, I risk 10 cents. Or I buy 500 shares every trade. That's not based on anything. All right, guys, look at this one on the move. Look at the volume picking up. MLCO, look at this one picking up, looking left on the daily chart. It has some room, 1744. Look at the volume, but you're in chase mode now, but look at the volume that is picking up. Well, no, I mean, if you're talking about, I'm talking doing this all manually. You can create your own strategy with a stop in place using our smart stops and things like that. If you want to do that, then watch the video. Okay? If you have not watched this video, then you really should, okay? Because it goes, I mean, because you can create your own strategy, with using one of like the VWAP stop and things like that. You can do all that. It's I'll call a little more advanced, but I mean, watch that video and it's going to explain everything. Mario, I'm trying to. Okay, so you click on new. Are you talking about within the web-based version, or are you talking about the app, Mario? The only thing I can think of is that you're not connected. If that ball is green, That means you are connected. But if the ball is, say, red or orange, then, somehow you're not connected. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube feed. The web-based version. Let me just load the web-based version. Make sure nothing's going on. Obviously, I don't use it, but all right. And you're saying, I don't know how I can help you. If you're saying this is all grayed out, you can't click on anything, that's a tough one. If you've got a green ball, if that ball is definitely green, I'm going to have to send you. I'm not going to be able to help you. The only thing I can suggest is reload again, okay, and see if that clears it up. If not, I'm going to have to send you to our tech support, where you can start a live chat, okay? So Traded is a PC. Wow, look at Melco now. So it's through that high. Okay, now there's a 200-day. That's the next level, maybe 18, which is far enough away. So Traded is a PC-based application. Okay, now there are 3 ways in which you can use it on a Mac. I'm going to give you a little podcast that was done, which will explain it. Probably the main way is to use an emulation program like Parallels. People at Trade Ideas, like people who actually work for Trade Ideas, a lot of them have Macs, and that's what they do. But there are basically, or you can use the web-based version, or you can use something like Amazon Web Services, AWS, something like that. But that podcast will actually go into it all. But look at the volume that came into Melco. Wow. Well, right there, basic new highs and lows. Can you not see my screen? Melco at 1696. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, it was right there. You know what? We got a little red bar ignored, maybe forming or has formed for WKHS. Yeah, but it's still a little bit whippy. I mean, it's not. There's the uptrend. There's the 15-minute candle. There is a red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is oh, actually, it did move. The next candle is green. The trigger would have been around 1680. Oh yeah, trade ideas can be used all around the world. We have Sam. We have customers all around the world. When I hit markup trend line, nothing happens. Well, you have to create it. I don't use trend lines, so let's see though. Let me. Yeah, you might be right. I don't use trend lines at all. But let's see. Markup trend line. I would have thought you just drag it and just stop. All right. Thanks for showing up this morning. Try one more time. Might be a bug. I don't know. I'll have to. I don't think that matters. I have crosshairs on all the time. Okay, and I mean, again, I don't use trend lines, but I mean, I have just for fun to see what it would look like, and so I have crosshairs on all the time. So let me ask somebody else. Are you able to create a trend line on the chart? Well, that really moved now. Through five now, guys. Semi. So you can, Robeson, 99, you can create a trend line. I'm assuming all you have to do is just, and then draw, and then release, and that should draw the line. No? No, that drew it. Okay, so use the icon. Interesting. So maybe this supersedes this now. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Okay, so Michael in the YouTube feed, use the icon on the chart, the trend line icon. It looks like the 45-degree angle right beside the T to the left of it. That'll allow you to draw the trend line. But you should be able to do it from here. Well, this is really getting interesting now. Look at the semi here. I mean, what a great, this is finally the big daily break that I've been waiting for a long time. Why? Because, I mean, look left on this. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Will have the 200 a day to deal with, which is now about $1 away. Okay, I'm really watching this now. I want to see how well this holds 5, because the only issue I've got is that 200 day, which is relatively close, but I want to see how well this semi holds 5. Okay, Michael, in the YouTube feed, you get how to draw that trend line. I don't know. To me, that is a bit of a bug that you cannot do it from properties anymore or markup anymore. Oh, well, no, I just did it. No. Now I just did it. So on the chart that I clicked on that the trend line icon, I would just use a trend line icon. Okay, I can't explain why it wasn't working from the properties. Keep an eye on the semi, guys. The longer it holds over 5, let's get it'd be great if you had a little bit of a base just over 5, and then begin a nice run. Taddy, I don't know. Well, Alpha, did you just load it? Okay, that's why. Because you see, when you just load it, then you're not going to see the original one. So Semi obviously just made a new high when you loaded it, and so did Alpha. But on mine, I'm not going to see. This is the non-repeat, remember? So I'm only going to see it the first time. But if you load it now from scratch, if Melco made a new high at 17 something, you would see it there because you just loaded it as an example. Okay? When you load an alert window, you're only going to, and if something that you're seeing on the screen from me, if you load it now, you're only going to see the last one. You're not going to see all the previous ones. Wow, look at ISIG. But again, well, that's the weekly. Okay, ISIG. Geez, this is interesting. It's a great break on the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume, ISIG. Let's see if it just bases just a bit here. Look left on the monthly chart. Maybe some stalling around that, between 140 and 150 though. That's the issue. Yeah, Michael, if you can come into okay, but one of the channels is called the Trader's Vault, okay? And one of the channels has a lot of scans in it called the Trader's Vault, okay? The other thing is if you can come into the trading room, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I can't do it in the YouTube feed. I can like one link at a time, but it's just not the YouTube feed is just not conducive to my sharing scans, unfortunately. So if you can come into this, what you see here, and I'll give you the link, then I can share a lot of my scans. just going to pop it in now. Man, oh man, guys, this is. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I thought that was the pandemic high, but here it is still up there. So getting closer and closer. So let's see, about 5 weeks ago, there was the high right there for the SPY. Takes that out. Look out. I mean, as if is the market almost as if it never happened. Yeah, just right click for an alert, right click properties on the alert window, right click properties, actions, check the actions, and then set up the sound and then follow the instructions. Okay, use custom sound, select the sound. Here are the three windows or three folders. Each folder has some price alerts. You can left click on one, open it and play it. If you like it, then say okay a couple of times, and then it'll be attached to that alert window. Hello, Matchy. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 2 minutes, okay? All right, guys. Excuse me, I'm back. Well, that's just a great alert from the AI on that short. If you could get it, I mean, look at that, it's down 16% now. And it was even, I think we're probably down a little bit more. No, it's right at the lows, 507, 425. So congrats if you could get that short. I was trying like mad and I just didn't want to chase it. Obviously, in retrospect, chasing would have been okay, but you never know. So Shorting, basically just the reverse of buying a stock. You're betting that the stock is going to go down in price, in a very simplistic way of explaining it, okay? So to short a stock, if I wanted to short this stock at 416, then I'm hoping it goes down as opposed to up. And you make money on it going down, okay? That's a very simplistic way of explaining it. Can you trade overnight with any broker? You can trade overnight. Well, what do you mean by trade overnight? I mean, any broker you can trade. I don't know what you mean. You mean hold something overnight? Like any broker. Yeah. Oh, any broker you should be able to trade after hours if you want. It's just a matter of just a selection within the brokerage platform. And certainly IB you can. Absolutely. 100%. So notice that on this VSLR as an example, okay, there's the closed. It closed out because I put this profit target, artificial profit target, of course. I just wanted to show you how it does it automatically. So it took me out of the trade at 1747. Would I have done this if it was a real? Of course not. Why would I let myself be taken out of a trade that's still working? All right. So how I would have, had this been my like real money, I would have been raising this higher and higher. And the same thing with the candy. See, the candy went down to that 533 mark and it took me out of the trade automatically. This is in the simulator. See, it took me out right there and then it's Wancho, the best trader app to download. Are you talking about a brokerage platform? Yeah, well, I mean, that's hard to, I mean, a lot of us in this room and myself, I use interactive brokers. Whether it's the best, I can't answer that. But, a lot of us use interactive brokers. Yeah, a lot of talk about Robinhood, of course. But I'm not going to, say, that's the best or this one's the best. All I can do is, I've been using IB for, oh, I don't know, 3.5 years now, and I really like it. But that's not a recommendation. It's just what I do. All right, guys, the CEMI is basing nicely now over 5. I would absolutely be keeping an eye on this one, especially if, what if we get a nice pop? Only issue is this 200-day moving average. I really wish that weren't there, but it's still far enough away. It's about a dollar away. Well, it's just an area, that the 200-day moving average. If you don't know what it means, look it up. But that's where I'm not big on technical indicators, but I mean that is one, and virtually I think every single trader in the world knows the 200-day moving average. If you've been trading enough, and so that's an area where stocks can really stall. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to block it from going higher if it gets there, but it's an area that stocks can really stall and struggle to get through. Well, this is the drone stock, right? With quote unquote Amazon. They still, I mean, look at the volume, 16 million shares, so it's already traded the float basically double, traded the float two times, and lots of volume coming in still for UAVS. WKHS, guys, WKHS. Again, kind of whippy, but again, you've got this red bar there. Both of them are of the ignored, and it just looks like it wants to move. Well, the SPY is on a mission right now. Look at this. What a beautiful move in the SPY. So it basically held the gap. It's a little bit questioned those first 15-minute two 15-minute candles, but it is basically moving up steadily. Wow, I mean, what a move. Continues to move higher, run well, except for that 2 days ago, where it looked like that might have been over. But look at this, and I'm sure the VSLR looks exactly the same. Yeah, exactly the same, of course. All right, Fred, I see what you're looking at here for the DSS. That was a couple of days ago. That was on Thursday. There's Friday's action for DSS. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'm just going to change headsets. Well, you should save everything to the cloud, Matchy. Save everything to the cloud. Okay. I mean, you can save to your hard drive, but I would save everything to the cloud. Okay. So once you have if you've loaded one of my scans and you have it, then just right click, save or share to cloud. So right click, save or share to cloud, and then save. So now it's in the cloud. Or, I mean, you can right click and then save as, okay, and then give it another name if you want. No, you can determine. Again, I encourage you to watch that video. All right, but here are your trading instructions. Okay, and you commit how many. It's either your position sizing is going to be based on either fixed dollars, which is what I would encourage, and then it's going. And no, you pick out. I mean, right there it says 10,000. I mean, if you've got a small account, you might only want to commit like $100 or $50, to every trade. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I would base it on a stop loss, okay? And now right there you could put like $100. That means you're going to risk $100 a trade, and it's going to be based on the stop loss that is generated by the system. All right. Watch the video though. I mean, all this is all in there. I know I keep hammering at that, okay, but if I didn't do that, I would, I'd be spending literally all day going over things like that, where that video is so good. So I'm not trying to dump on you, all right? And it's a 27-minute long video. But I mean, listen, if you're going to use, and again, I'm not just picking on you, but if you're going to be using Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus to trade, and you're going to use your money, you watch that video, all right? I mean, spend the 27 minutes. We're not fooling around here. I mean, it's your money. I can post it again. Okay, there it is, the Brokerage Plus intro. All right. Well, I almost got into this semi, but let's see now. Will this hold? Jeez, it just. All right, guys, it's 11:33. I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. No, I mean, the whole idea is that you pick and choose the individual scans that you want, Hamachi. Okay, that's why I do it that way. I mean, it's not, you don't have to take every scan. I mean, there are a lot of scans there that, you might not want. So that's the whole idea. You would never want to load all my scans and have them all up at once. So there might be, that's why I try to name them in a way that says, yeah, I like the idea of that. So you don't have to certainly have to have all my scans. So the bottom line is no, there is no easy way, easier way. I mean, it won't take you that long though. I mean, if you literally wanted to load every single scan and then take a look at them, it won't take you that long. Interesting one, this DLPN, Dolphin Entertainment. So they are releasing earnings after hours. I'm sorry, tomorrow. Oh no, I'm sorry. They released. You know what? I think that got changed. I could have sworn that said post market, but they must have released this morning. It's just an algorithm, Michael. It's an algorithm that kicks in. So let's just for argument's sake, say the AI took a trade at 6, or this trade right here at $1.63. Okay, and it moved all the way up to 2, and then it started to fall. Well, it's not going to wait necessarily for the time period because every strategy, yes, usually has a time hold. Doesn't mean that's just the overall strategy, or wait for it to actually get stopped out. What that algorithm will do is probably not unlike what you would do or I would do. I mean, if a stock pops up and then it starts to fade, you would probably either you take out some of your position. The only problem with the AI, it gets out of the entire position. No, on an auto basis, but that's what that profit save is all about. Before we instituted that, we would, I can remember some stocks that like fantastic, and yet they were say an hour hold, and it would not exit until either A, the stop got hit, or the end of 60 minutes. So meanwhile, you're watching. I mean, you'd never do that as a trader. You're watching it as you get back down to where it got bought, and then instead of having a nice profit, you'd have a loss. So that's why they did that quite a while ago, 2 years ago maybe. So are you talking about this where it says minus 1040 as an example? HJB? I don't know how to answer that one because I mean, obviously, I'm looking at mine, and that is correct. I'm out of both these trades in the simulator, and that is correct. So, but let's just take a trade, okay? Take 300 of this one at the market. Now it just changed. Change. Okay. I mean, are you connected? I mean, if it's at zero, but and you have positions, I mean, you are actually showing that you have positions, and yet this says zero all the time. I mean, that I won't be able to help you with. I'll have to send you to tech, and they're open. They are open positions. They're not closed positions. Hmm. That's weird. I mean, you can see how how this is changing, because now I'm in this one, and it's now down $4. So this is changing, and now it's down 150. So it's changing, and you're saying even though it is changing in your open P&L, it's not changing here. It always says zero. Yeah, I can't help you. um, Yeah, maybe shut it down and do a restart. Maybe reload the Brokerage Plus window again. You won't lose anything. Yeah, I mean, I have no explanation for that. As somebody said, maybe reload trade ideas. Maybe do you can even try just a reset connection from account, reset connection, reload Brokerage Plus, exit it out, and then reload it again. See if that changes it. If not, I'm going to have to send you to the homepage and you have to start a live. I just can't help you. I have no idea. Because what you're saying is you've got open positions which are changing, and yet this is not. That's pretty bizarre. No kidding, Fred. No kidding. Look at this BVXV. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. We were talking about this a while back of a break, I think, right around here. That's a few weeks ago. Wow. Semi is frustrating. CEMI is just kind of a frustrating little trader. No, not anymore, Arlo. I was earlier. Not anymore, though. Made a little bit on it, but not, it didn't really. I mean, I was worried about that 338 and what did it get to? 333. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, the 11 break of BVXV. It seems like that's a long time ago, but boy, everybody's going to go negative. I mean, look at the move it had in the pre-market, all the way up to 8. Now it's back down to 6. Barely positive, barely over Friday's close. And this looks like it's going to go negative. It's funny, I didn't even notice that I had it in my, excuse me, I had this one in my watch list down also. 491. One moment, please. So did that help by if you shut down Brokerage Plus or reloaded Trade Ideas? Did that help? I actually have roofed in July. A long, long time ago, summer job. Yeah, it's not easy, but it's different. It's a different hard. Yeah, but go to the homepage. I just don't understand that. That just doesn't make any sense to me. You know how why it would be zeroed, yet everything else is changing. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. But if you don't, if it's not a big issue, then okay. Cara making a nice break here. Look at this daily break for Cara, Cara. And if you look left, 1832. So this is, boy, this could get interesting. This is a cannabis play, I believe. No matter what it says here, I'm pretty sure this has something to do with cannabis. Just will not stop. VSLR and run will not stop. Trading in tandem. Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, obviously this one with the super low float and the craziness that happened. I mean, what's the spread like right now? Actually, the spread is not ridiculous. It's 15 cents, at least it right now it is. But, you know, you'd have to be on your own to trade this. I mean, this you have to think at some point the rug is really going to be pulled. I mean, it may not be today. It's up $11 still. It did get up to what, 30, 29, and in the pre-market, I don't know. I think Real said it got up to 35. Maybe that's we start getting our data at 7 in the morning, so it's probably it was higher than that. But very tricky. Well, you have to have belief in. I mean, this is obviously one of these long-term SPAC type holds, right? I mean, it's that simple. You believe that they're going to do this merger. Uh, I think somebody said that it might happen by September, so you still got a couple of months, of somewhat uncertainty. I mean, these potential mergers can fall apart too. So, but to me, yeah, 1560 seems to be holding. But again, that's not a recommendation to do it. I mean, the trend is down. I mean, look at the daily chart. The trend is down. So that's something to consider also. See, I don't see that the trend is up on the daily chart. I'm looking like this over the last I mean the trend is down, not up. Look at all these topping tails on the weekly chart. Again, what is, these topping tails mean that the buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down. Buyers up here, sellers knock it down. Sellers have continued, except for last week. I admit last week the sellers had it all the way down here, but to me the trend is down. I mean, it's sort of a wedge, a little bit of a wedge here, but I'm not sure there's any big impetus to get into the trade right now, to be honest. Trade of the week was Grub. I don't know if it triggered. Just looking, I want to see. Anybody know if it actually triggered? Here we go. 7213 is the trigger. Did it get to 7213? Doesn't look like it did, so I don't think it's triggered. Yeah. Are you talking about our surfing? Listen, it's up to you. You have to read the email. Okay, read the email. I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot say things like, yes, it's good to hold, because if it drops $10 in the next second, it's, so I can't, I'm not going to expose myself like that, obviously. Okay. So it's up to you. The email, it basically said it's considered live at 7213. The stop is not to let the price under the rising 10-day SMA. Okay? But it hasn't triggered because it did not touch 7213. Doesn't mean if it takes 7213 out that you have to automatically take the trade, but it's laid out in the email. So, EH, are you talking about our surfing when you're talking about the auto rotate? Otherwise, I'm not sure what you mean by the when it goes through a watch list. You're challenging me here with that question. So, are you talking about the surf mode? I think you are. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, no. What it does is it any top list window that you have. It's not a watch list it's going through. It's going through the top three symbols of all your top three as you have them sorted, and it'll load the charts in all the top list windows that you have open. Okay, it's not a watch list. It's going through your top list windows. MLCO making another new high after that pullback on the 15-minute chart. Coming into the 200-day, getting closer, 1868. So it's a little less than $1 away from the 200-day moving average for MLCO. Did I say hey, you should get the caps off too? All right, just so you know, just caps for the stock symbol. Okay, right? Well, okay. So I mean, this was a lot earlier though. Okay, a lot earlier. So I mean, I don't know what to make of this one now. The ante now. I mean, I did have an alert set for 142, and it did pop up, but for me, the stocks that are under $5, 50 cents can be a sort of a psychological area to try to get through. The 50 cent moves or the 50 cent level for stocks under five, kind of like the whole numbers for all stocks. You can, it's well, not amazing, but it seems to happen a lot when you see, a stock trying to get through $1.50 or 250 or 350. I mean, this has had tremendous relative volume, 350 times normal. So it's traded, it's not quite yet, but I'm sure by the end of the day, this will have traded the float twice. All right, guys, I'm getting very close to my break. Sean is going to take over in the YouTube feed at noon, and I'll be taking off here until 12:30 in this trading room. So I'm just going to get the announcement in. So I haven't left quite yet, but when I just want to get the announcement in now, back around 12:30. Yeah, on that, I don't like us. I really don't know. I don't know if there's an indication like that. I haven't examined it that closely, so I can't help you there. Maybe Sean knows. He'll be in the room. Wow, VSLR guys. Run and VSLR. Yeah, so Fred in the YouTube feed is talking about DSS. I see what he's talking about. Remember, 2 days ago, this had on Thursday, again, whatever you believe on this press release, it had. Doesn't really matter what we think. All right. All that matters is what happened. Now, Friday, it gave it all up, but, there's interest again. Now look at the volume. Look at the volume on Thursday is over 20 million. So I mean, it's not trading anywhere close to that, of course. Yeah, I've never ever used that one. Like, cause maybe Sean has. When he comes in, he's going to be in the room in minutes, maybe less than a minute. I've never used that one. Offer stepping down alert. What does it say when you click on help? What does it actually say? Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Well, that's all right, Sean. Okay, I see you there. Great. I'm going to stop my feed right now, my stream right now, and Sean McLaughlin has.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Barry, for the handoff. This is Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Welcome. Happy Monday. Man, where I live, it was a hot night. My house didn't cool down, and my office is on the top floor of my house, and it usually heats up in the late afternoon because it's westward facing. But due to the hot night, my office didn't cool down, and now it's just stuck at hot. So if I sound grumpy or agitated, that's why. I'm working in a hot office today. And I ordered a ceiling fan to install in my office, which I can't believe I had never thought of this before, but I ordered a ceiling fan. Unfortunately, it won't be here until Friday. Ugh. Anyway, that's my life. Sounds like you guys can hear me loud and clear, so that's good. This is the live Q&A session for the next hour. I'm here to answer questions about the software. So any questions you have on your mind, if you need help using a feature or understanding how a feature works or some ideas of better ways to use a feature, let me know. I'll do the best I can. I don't know the answers to everything, but I know the answers to a lot. And we can dig through it together. Debbie, no, I don't believe the fan I ordered comes with the remote, but my office doesn't. It's big enough yet small enough that it would be super easy for me to just change it. All no worries. I do have a remote fan in my bedroom though, which is nice. Which is nice. Autolicious. I don't know where you live, but that sounds miserable. 121 degrees. I live in Colorado, so even when it's hot, at least it's no humidity, which helps. I mean, we'll be in the 90s all week this week, but without humidity, it's really not that bad. But usually, what we can count on here in Colorado is every night, once the sun goes down, the temperature usually drops dramatically. So it could be 95 during the day, and like within an hour of the sun going down, it goes from 95 to 65, like almost instantly, which is great. Just open up all the windows, houses cool off, keep the windows open all night, trap that cold air in the morning, and you're good to go for the rest of the day. That's usually how it works here in Colorado most of the summer, but for some strange reason last night, it just never cooled off. Reminded me of my days in Chicago when the heat would just bake the concrete. And the heat would never escape the city for 3 months in the middle of summer. Brutal. Yeah, Debbie, I know. I confused a lot of people. I used to live in Chicago for a long time, and that's where the Chicago Sean moniker came about. Now it's too late to change it. Too many people know me that way. That's my Twitter handle. Too much brand equity in the name, you know what I mean? Even though I've been in Colorado for 8 years now. So let's see what's going on with Lincoln Educational. Wow, that's a great looking breakout. I don't trade stocks in this price range. That's just my flavor. But boy, without looking at the prices on the y-axis there, this is a classic breakout for a swing trade. I would definitely be interested in a stock like this. Doesn't do a whole lot of volume. It's only done 181,000 shares today, but that's all right. That's doable. We still have a lot of time left in the day. But yeah, good looking chart. I don't know about intraday trading that thing, but from a swing trading perspective, it looks interesting. Sure. I don't know what you mean, Debbie. If you want to flatten out a trade, anytime you want to flatten out a trade in Brokerage Plus, you just click on the trade that you have open. Say this PDD. I hit flatten, and that will close my trade, and I'll be out. Got a little music playing in the background. Hope it's not too loud for you guys. I don't think it would be, but let me know if it is. Anybody traded the smalls yet? Anybody looking at these things? We got a new channel here on Trade Ideas. Small exchange. Let's pull this up real quick. This is the new futures product for stock traders that launched this summer by the fine folks who brought you Thinkorswim and Tastyworks and Tasty Trade. They've launched an exchange and created these new futures products that are not subject to pattern day trade rules, which holds a lot of interest for many of you. I know many day traders who come to Trade Ideas have less than $25,000 in their account, and that places restrictions on what you can day trade. But with the small exchange products, these futures products, you can day trade these all day long, no matter how much money you have in your account. Right now, they just have 3 products. They got the Small Stocks 75, which is their equities index product. They got the small dollar futures, I should say, that is kind of an amalgamation of a number of currency baskets. Then they got a metals futures product. So for those of you who like to trade metals, interesting products to trade. The tick size is very small. Every penny price change in the underlying is worth $1 per contract. So if you bought a small stock 75 future, looks like it's trading at 46.93 right now. Let's pull up the chart. Looks like it's trading at 46.93. If you were to buy one of those and it were to go up 7 cents to $47, if you bought one contract, you'd be up $7. Not bad. Not bad. Anyway, so we have that data now on Trade Ideas. We have a channel dedicated to it, the small exchange channel right here. Play around with it. I encourage you to play around with it. New products. Smaller size. You know, especially for those of you interested in trading like S&P futures, you know, you might find the small stock 75 futures a little bit more palatable because the price swings are not going to be as dramatic. And it doesn't require as much margin. I think all you need to have in your account to trade one of these contracts is something like $400. I think somewhere, probably under 500 for sure. So it doesn't require a whole lot of capital. You could trade small, tailor it more to the size of your account. You know, if you only have a $5,000 account or a $10,000 account, it's tough to trade an S&P futures contract because those price swings as a percentage of your capital can be pretty dramatic. And it's great if it works, if it goes your way, but terrible if it goes against you. So you might try trading these products. I think they're pretty cool. Debbie, are you live trading or are you paper trading? And if you're seeing discrepancies, a lot of times It's because you're not paying for live data at Interactive Brokers. If you're seeing discrepancies between prices between Trade Ideas and Interactive Brokers, it's because you're not paying for live data with Interactive Brokers. They charge you I think it's like $10 a month for level 1 data. You're going to need to do that. Steven, yeah, you're not alone, my friend. Futures is a tricky business. I know a lot of fantastically successful futures traders, but for every successful futures trader I know, I probably know 5 that aren't, or 5 that tried it and couldn't make a living at it. I used to trade futures lifetimes ago. I used to run a small hedge fund doing trend following strategies. So these were positions I'd get in and hold for several weeks, several months. Trend following strategy. I did really well with that. I then later on moved into day trading Dow futures and could not make any money day trading Dow futures. Not at all. I even dabbled a little bit in day trading S&P futures. I just, couldn't find my edge. Couldn't make any money. It was just an exercise in frustration. So I've been there, Stephen. I hear you. Yes, indeed, Mr. Hedgehog. It's a bull market, Let's pull up an S&P chart. Wow. Here's the daily chart. This S&P just wants to keep going. It's unbelievable. I pull up my layout here. Changing my layouts. I got a SPY 15-minute chart right here in the upper right, this black chart. These are 15-minute bars. So this is Thursday, this is Friday, and here's Monday. We are just against all odds. The market just keeps going up. The market doesn't care about your news flow. The stock market does not care about your news flow. Only cares about supply and demand. And as it stands, there's more demand than there is supply. So I see a number of people have logged in here in the last 10 minutes since I got started. As a reminder, welcome. This is the live Q&A session. So if you have any questions about the software that I can address for you, please throw them into the chat panel there, and I'll do my best to answer your questions. No question is a dumb question. If you've got a question that's on your mind and you might think it's dumb, well, I promise you there's probably somebody else here who's wondering the same thing or has run into similar issues and would love an explanation. So this hour is driven by you. So please do come on in. Meanwhile, my music stopped. What happened to my music? Let's find some music here. Ooh, a rock classics playlist. Let's go with that. A question I actually answered for a guy in our live chat on our support channel earlier today. He wanted to know, and this seems like something that I could demonstrate for you guys. He wanted to know, how can I create my own custom channels? So you notice I got a channel bar right here, right? You guys all have a channel bar. But you'll notice the top 4 channels, these are custom channels. These are channels that I've created. These are channels that I use every day, and they're custom to my liking. How did I create these channels? Well, all I simply did is I saved a custom layout to my cloud, and then I uploaded it to my channel bar. So let's just say, for argument's sake, let's say I'm over on the Squeeze Me channel, right? The Squeeze Me channel is available to everybody. And I like this Squeeze Me channel, but I don't like the way it's laid out. I want to move my windows around. I want this window up here. I want this window up here. I'm going to close my Brokerage Plus window. I want this window this way. I want this chart to be bigger. Right, so I've made some cosmetic changes, and maybe I even go in and change some of the parameters of these scans, right? Like maybe I right-click in this top list, I go to Configure, I go to my Windows-specific filters tab, and I set a minimum price of, say, $20, right? So I've made some custom changes here. I've got the Squeeze Me channel the way I like it, but the problem is, folks, whatever changes I've made here, they're not going to save. If I leave this channel and then come back and hit squeeze me channel again, it's going to go revert back to the original settings. These channels always launch exactly the same for everybody. But if I want this to be my own custom version of squeeze me, what I need to do is I need to save this layout to the cloud. Okay. And the way I do that is I go to my TI menu bar, I go to File, I hit Save or Share to Cloud, and I'll call this My Squeeze Channel. Right? I'll just call it that. I'm going to click, I have to remember to click Entire Layout right here, so I'm saving the entire layout. That just automatically selects all these windows. These are all the windows that are open in your screen right now. If I just hit Entire Layout, that'll select them all. Easy. Once I got that, then I go ahead and hit Save. And now I've saved this layout to my cloud. Now, to upload that to my channel bar to have my own custom channel, my own custom Squeeze Me channel, see this little gearbox here? I'm going to click the gearbox. I'm going to click Edit Channels. And then you'll see my existing custom channels. I can add another one by clicking Add Channel. And I'm going to select from Cloud. This is where the channel is. I'm going to click on my cloud. And you'll see my Squeeze channel right there. That's the channel. That's the layout that I saved. See, it's a file type, says Layout. That's the layout that I just saved. And before I launch this, by the way, you'll notice you can see all of my alert windows and top lists and other layouts I've saved into my cloud over the years. I mean, these go back to 2017, right? I mean, lots of history. You don't lose anything with trade ideas in your cloud. So I'm going to highlight my Squeeze channel. I'm going to hit Select. It's going to populate the cloud link right there for me. This is what the channel will look like, a little image. I could, choose an image from here. These are some default images, or I can go in a button here and upload an image file from my computer. But let's just go ahead and choose, I don't know, what's this, a spaceship, a rocket, an airplane. Okay, and I could give it a name. I'll call it the Squeeze channel, or I'll call it My Squeeze. I wish I could type. Can't seem to type this morning. Hit My Squeeze, I'll type right name. It'll show me what it'll look like. There, that's what it'll look like. Once I'm good and I'm happy, I'll go ahead and hit OK. And now it's going to show up here in my panel. Let me just hit Apply. And bammo, look at that, My Squeeze right here. So check this out. If I click on the Squeeze Me channel in my regular channel bar, it's going to launch the original Squeeze Me channel. This is what I did not want, right? This is the default that everybody has. Every time you click Squeeze Me, it's going to look like this. But now my custom version of Squeeze Me that I call My Squeeze, showing up here in my channel bar, if I click this, it's going to launch with the layout that I wanted. So that's how you can create your own custom channels in the channel bar. I believe 5 is the upper limit. I don't think you can add any more than 5. Unfortunately, you cannot delete any channels here in the rest of the channel bar that you don't use. I wish I could. There's way too many channels here for my eyes. There's probably about 5 here that I might use. I'd love to delete all of them, but I can't, unfortunately. But you can only create up to 5 custom channels, and they'll show up right here. Now, if I want to delete that channel or any channel, I just, again, go into the gearbox, click Edit Channels. This time I'm going to select the My Squeeze channels. I don't want that anymore. And I just simply hit Delete Channel and then Apply. And now my custom channels went back to what I had before. So I hope that was instructional for some of you. That was a question that I just answered for somebody a little while before we started this Q&A. Somebody sent in a question to us and needed some help, and I thought they'd be instructional for all of you. Social media. Can I explain the social media channel? Sure. Let's find the social media channel right here. All this channel really is doing is this is drawing your attention to stocks that are seeing a rise in social media mentions. This data is being pulled from StockTwits, which is the truer signal of social discussion around stocks. So basically, these are stocks that are seeing an increase above their average baseline level of conversation. So, I mean, look, the same 5 stocks are always talked about the most in social media, right? It's always like Apple and Amazon and Google, right? And Tesla. Those are like in absolute message volume numbers, those are always the top. But that's not what this is showing you. This is showing you stocks that are currently seeing message volume above their own baseline. So if ticker, like we're looking at SNBR right now, maybe SNBR on a typical trading day on average might have 20 mentions on social media. But today there's 200 mentions about it. That's the type of stock we want to get alerted to, because if people are talking about a stock more than they normally would, then that usually tells us that there's something going on. Maybe there's some news. Maybe there's a key level that every technician on the planet was watching that just got broken. That just tells us that there's more interest in that name. And where there's interest, there's activity. And when there's activity, there's opportunity. And as active traders, that's all we want. We want activity and opportunity. So the social media channel just kind of helps you dial into the stocks that are seeing an uptick in their normal message volume. And it gets you away from all the popular names that everybody's talking to. Because look, at the end of the day, it's sexy to talk about Tesla and Amazon and Apple, all these big names. They get talked about on TV all day long. But you know what? When the whole world is competing in the same 5 names, that's some tough competition, right? Do you want to be competing against the best? Or do you want to be competing where you have an edge? And this social media channel is just one of those ways you could find stocks off the beaten path that something unusual is happening, and you as a trader might have an advantage over somebody else. You're more likely to have an advantage in stocks like this because the whole world isn't watching them. You're not trading against the best and brightest trading desks on Wall Street with the deepest pockets and the best inside information, right? That's just the way I look at it. So Mario, I hope that answered your question. Thanks for that question. Steven, is it possible for trade ideas to backtest and recognize how a certain candlestick pattern is profitable percent number of times for a particular stock? I'm going to say yes, Steven, but might not be as simple as you want. But yes, you can have it. You can have a backtest point towards a certain stock. So basically what you do is you take your alert window. Let's just use this alert window here. And if you want this strategy, remember, for those of you who don't know, we use the terms alert window and strategy interchangeably. They're really one and the same because you can backtest this alert as it treat it as a strategy. So if I wanted to have this strategy only look at one stock, what I could do is I could right click in the strategy to open up my configure. All right. And then you'll notice the tabs across the top here. Head to the symbol lists tab. So most top list and alert windows default to all symbols, right? It's scanning every possible stock in the universe to find you alerts. But you can also point it to a specific list of stocks that you've created, or you could point it to a single stock. And the way you do that is hit this toggle, go to single symbol, and I could type in, I don't know, let's say Microsoft, right? Hit OK. OK. And now this window here will only send me alerts when Microsoft triggers. So I don't know if Microsoft will trigger in here, but let's do all. We're going in history here. And this will go back 64 days. Our data goes back 64 days. It's going to take a little while. Microsoft is one of those big names that gets talked about all the time. So it's probably, now that I think about it, that might have been a bad choice. It probably is not going to fire an alert here. Let's pick a different symbol. Let's go to configure. We'll pick some symbols that are already showing up here so we know that they'll work. Let's do EQ. All right. Let's hit OK. Hit OK. And then I can do history. It could show today. It'll show me every time EQ fired today. Okay. So that alert window is now only sending me alerts for EQ. So now if you want to backtest this, you just save this strategy this way, right? You want to save and share, or just save. Let's call this single stock alert, whatever you call it, anything you want, but just hit save. And now when you backtest, go ahead and hit right click, go to backtest. That's going to launch our odds maker. And you can go through the tabs and start running your backtest. And it's only going to scan against that one stock because that's how that alert is currently set up. Hope that makes sense, Stephen. I don't know if I caused more confusion or not. It's always possible that I cause more confusion than answers. I mean, here's the thing about the trade idea software, right? Anyone who's used the software for any length of time, we get into the rhythms of the things that we use, right? There's like, 2 or 3 or 4 things that we use every day. And then the rest of the stuff we either don't use very often or not at all. And I'm definitely falling into that bucket. There's a handful of things I use every day. And there's a whole lot that I don't use every day. So sometimes my muscle memory gets out of practice in some features. And then I end up just confusing people more than anything else. EQ breaking out. Let's see what's going on here. Oh my, that is a breakout. That is a good looking breakout there, Autolicious. Debbie, how do alert windows work as a strategy? All alert windows are strategies. And if you want to trade any alert window or backtest any alert window, let me go to a different layout. This is my layout. So let's say my all-time high strategy. This is alerting me to any stock making a new all-time high. If I wanted to trade this strategy, basically, get me long anytime a stock makes a new all-time high, I can do that, right? All I need to do is make sure I've got this saved to my cloud. That's the first step. Save or share to cloud. All-time highs, there it is. I'll save it. So now I've got that in my cloud. Now if I want to make that a strategy and auto trade that, Debbie, all I need to do is open up a Brokerage Plus window. Let me, where's my Brokerage Plus? I think I have it hidden. There it is. Open up my Brokerage Plus window. Go to my Strategies tab. And I want to import this all-time high strategy that I saved to my cloud. I want to import it here into my available strategies. So I right-click in this window. I hit Load from Cloud. And there it is, right at the top, all-time highs. I could load any of these alerts, any of these A windows in my cloud. I'm going to choose all-time highs. I'll hit Load, and I'm going to hit Add to Existing. Don't ever hit Replace All. I've been begging the developers to get rid of this button. It's really stupid. Hit Add to Existing, and look at that. Now my all-time high strategy is right here in Brokerage Plus, and now I can trade this if I choose. Before I trade it, though, I'll want to go through the steps and make sure I've got my risk parameters the way I want them to be. So I would right-click in the strategy, hit Edit Trading Strategy, and I would go through these tabs to make sure my stop losses are, my position sizing is the way I want it. I would do based on stop loss, risk $200 in my portfolio. I'd set my stops, I don't know, 5% away. That's usually what I like to do with swing trades. So you'll just work through all these, and once you got them the way you want them, you hit OK, and then this strategy is ready to go. You could trade this. Right now it's off, right? If I stretch this window out a little bit and stretch this column out, you can see that says strategy status, currently off. If I want to turn this on and have it auto trade, I would just right-click and hit click to enable right there. It says strategy disabled. Click to enable. If I click that, it's going to turn it on, and now I'm logged into the simulator here. My simulator will start trading the strategy. I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to turn it on, but that's how I would. I would click that, and boom, then you're on. Then it would read on like these two. Okay. And by the way, if you ever want to run back tests on any of the alert windows, which again, an alert window is a strategy, all you simply do is right click in the alert window and hit back test strategy. And that's going to launch the back tester, what we call the odds maker. You just run through all these tabs and make sure your settings are the way you want them to be. Then you hit simulate buy and check it out. Check out the results. You're welcome, Debbie. All right, I see 55 people logged in and paying attention, so there's got to be at least 55 questions out there. Who wants to take us in a different direction? Who's got a question about a feature or a filter or an alert or a channel? Anything. Otherwise, I'm going to start singing over here and nobody wants that. By the way, since I'm here and I'm going to close it out, in your Brokerage Plus window, if you ever want to remove a strategy from your window, you just right-click on the strategy and hit Delete Trading Strategy, and it's all gone. There you go. Autolicious, yes, I do trade a lot of options. I primarily trade options. And I do not use the options filters in trade ideas. The options filters that we have within trade ideas are really geared towards adding color for anyone who's trading stocks. Okay, our options are very limited. Our options data is very limited. In fact, I'll show you if I right click in any top list and go to the search tab and I type in options, oops, you'll see the full extent of the options filters we have right here. And these are all related to volume, total volumes. I'm not going to get any strike specific data, any expiration series specific data. I'm not going to get any prices. I'm not going to get any volatility data, all things that are very important to an options trader. So to answer your question, Autolicious, I don't use it for options trading. It doesn't do what I need it to do for options trading. But if you're somebody who uses options data to color your stock selection, maybe you want to see some unusual options volume, right? Like options volume today, you could set this to be a certain percentage above normal. That can be a useful indicator. If a stock is going sideways, but all of a sudden there's a ton of options volume, somebody knows something's about to happen, and that could inform a trading decision that you might want to make, right? Or call volume today specifically. If you see a lot of call volume kicking in, but the stock's going sideways, somebody knows something. So you might want to put a long trade on with your stock. But yeah, the options data we have is just for adding color for stock traders. It's if you're an option trader, you're not going to find any value in this data for straight options trading. If you're putting on spreads, things like that, like I do, it won't help. We're geared for for stock traders. That's what Trade Ideas is for. Debbie, I do all of the above. I do directionally. For individual stocks, I do a lot of directional bets, right? So if I'm bullish on something, I'll put on a bull call spread or a straight call or maybe some kind of ratio spread. And I'm agnostic between whether I do a debit spread or a credit spread. I like to choose the strategy that I feel gives me the best chance to make money, depending on the market. I use volatility to inform a lot of my decisions. So I do a lot of directional trading. I also do a lot of delta neutral trading. Just kind of depends. I mean, every situation is unique. Now, I also maintain a ongoing long gamma delta neutral position in SPY that I'm constantly updating every day, constantly trading in and out. I'm basically gamma scalping it. But that's options 301 there. I don't want to lose everybody here. This is not an options trading platform, so I don't want to talk options, but reach out to me privately. I'm happy to talk to you about it. I'm on Twitter, Chicago Sean. I'm happy to talk options on Twitter. Yeah, leaps. I've never traded leaps for swing trades. I like the idea. I mean, for those of you who want to swing trade stocks, but you don't want to tie up as much capital as it requires to buy stock, buying leaps, buying some leaps that have a long-term expiration, right, a year plus, could be a good way to mimic owning stock, but for less capital. Definitely like that. I don't do it myself, Debbie. My time frame just isn't that long. Most of my long premium strategies, my debit spreads and such, and long calls and long puts, I'll hold them anywhere from 3 to 6 months is my ideal window, maybe as long as 8 to 9 months. That's usually how long I'm holding something. That's my time frame. And for short premium plays, if I'm selling premium, I'm usually, not holding them for longer than 2 months. But yeah, I like the idea of leaps. I know some people who do trade leaps and they do it very successfully, so I could tell you that. But just like anything else, it takes skill, right? I mean, it comes down to stock selection. It comes down to stock trading. If you got skills as a stock trader in finding good swing trades, then that skill will translate well into buying leaps. Yeah, Debbie, I like that. 30 delta. You're close to me. When I buy long calls, I tend to like to buy the 25 delta, but nothing wrong with the 30 delta. I like it. But again, I don't want to go too far down the options rabbit hole, folks, because most of the people here in this window are wanting to talk stock trading. So let's try to keep it focused on stocks. I could easily riff for hours on options trading, but yeah, we're talking stocks here. This is the stock gang right here. Oh, I got my I got my tweet deck open on my other computer, and boy, someone just shared a GIF on my screen that is just making my eyes burn. Oh my. So folks, I have till the top of the hour here, so roughly 25 minutes left, and then I'll pass it back to Barry, and the Barry will take you into the close with the live trading room. If you just joined us during this live Q&A and you're unaware of the trading room, for the rest of the trading day, outside of this live Q&A session that goes on for 1 hour, the rest of the trading day on this channel, you will find the live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. Barry is a real trader, trading with real money, using trade idea software to inform all of his decision making. So it's a great venue for you to watch a real trader trading in real time using the software. And he's you can ask him questions. He's pretty good at responding to people. I mean, he gets a lot of people in his room, so he can't respond to everybody as fast as you want him to sometimes. But he's one guy, but he's amazing at what he does. You can learn by osmosis by watching him trade and listening to him talk through his trade ideas and how he thinks about positioning and where he places his stops and stuff like that. I mean, we don't teach trader education here. We don't teach people how to trade. We only teach people how to use our software. But that said, you could learn a lot. If you're new to trading, you could learn a lot by hanging out with Barry, just, by watching him. He's not going to hold your hand and show you how to trade, but you'll learn by watching what he does. And it's completely free. Did I mention it's completely free? Not too many trading rooms out there are totally free and are run by somebody of the caliber of Barry Einerson, who's been trading a long, long time, has a lot of experience, and is very successful. He's a saint among men, I'll tell you that. Oh, I just got an email from a friend of mine who's a diehard Washington Redskins fan. He's having a bad day today. Redskins fans are having a bad day today. EQ is on the move. Let's see. Is that the one we were looking at earlier? Yeah. That's a breakout worth buying, I would say. What's the news in that thing? Do you guys know we have a news feature in our single stock window? Some of you longtime Trade Ideas customers, you might not know we got a new feature of the single stock window, the news tab. You can see news, what's going on. So let's see, roll up the sleeves. When the bell rang, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that doesn't help me. Oh, we could click on it. Is it? If I click on it, it'll launch the website that has the news. They're going to present at a virtual summit. That's the news? Is that what's moving this stock? Okay, whatever. I don't trade the news. But we do have this news tab here for anyone who wants to get some color on why stocks might be moving. This looks like there's a lot of things. It looks like I've got a buy rating. Okay, so a brokerage upgraded it today. That's probably, looks like a few upgraded it today. That's probably what's really moving it. All right. EQ is on the move for sure. Yeah. If I were a betting man and I wanted to take a trade in this stock, I'd go at it from a swing trading perspective. I don't day trade anymore. It's just not my. I don't have the energy. It's a young man's game to be a day trader of stocks. But if I were to buy this as a swing trade, I would probably buy it and maybe Yeah, put my stop right below here. This seems like a pretty reasonable place to place my stop, right around 770, maybe 750 if I just want to give it some room. Yeah, good place to place a stop and let this thing ride. Who knows? Copenhagen, Copencorp. Yeah, well, for those of you who like penny stocks, good luck with this. Looks good. Looks good. Daily chart, that's definitely a nice looking breakout, and this is a strong intraday chart. I mean, I would, consider maybe waiting to some kind of pullback to the VWAP, maybe, before getting in. But yeah, good looking chart on a daily time frame. Good looking chart. I see a lot of people talk about this Wayfair. What's going on here? I don't know much about them. They are engaged in e-commerce. Okay. So sounds like an Amazon, maybe. I don't know anything about Wayfair. Anybody know anything about Wayfair? Let me know. I see the guitars there in the chat. Someone liking my music? We had a little Pink Floyd jam. Now it's moved on to the Who. I got a little classic rock playlist going on here in Spotify. I don't know what's coming next, but it's been good so far. Good vibe. I'm feeling classic rock vibe today. I don't know why. I don't know. Summer lends itself to classic rock to me, but I might be showing my age. Don't call me a boomer, though. I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen Xer. But I still like me some classic rock in the summertime. Just feels right. Hot weather, cold beer, classic rock. You used to run with the Skins back when they were worthy of following. Now you're off the bandwagon, huh? Ecor. What's up with Ecor? Let's see this. Yeah, it's out of my wheelhouse, my friend. I don't trade penny stocks. People who've been listening to me in the past, they've heard me go on my spiel. I don't trade them. I know some of my coworkers here at Trade Ideas like to deride me, like to make fun of me because I don't like to trade penny stocks. But I'm sorry, I don't do it. I don't touch them with a 10-foot pole. That's just not, they're too volatile. They're too likely to be manipulated. Just all you gotta do is get burned once in one of those things, and you'll learn your lesson. And that happened to me, and I learned my lesson, and I haven't done it again. Tesla thoughts, boy. Tesla. I mean, this thing now is just. I mean, this is just being driven by short squeeze, right? I mean, the fundamentals don't justify this price rise. Now, I don't care about fundamentals. That's not my game. But I mean, I wouldn't be a buyer at this price. But it's in one of those weird places. Not only would I not be a buyer at this price, nor would I be a seller, or nor would I be a short seller. I wouldn't short sell here. This thing could go to $3,000. That's the nature of short squeezes. And there are so many people have been betting against Elon Musk and betting against his company. they're all getting burned, and they're all buyers here. Those are the people who are buying this stock higher, driving this price higher. And until all those people get taken out to the woodshed, this stock could continue going higher. So for me, this stock's a no touch right now. I mean, maybe with options, where I can define my risk, sure. As an options trader, I would play Tesla, and I would play for a pullback here. Mean reversion. Could it go higher? Yes, it could go much higher, but I would definitely define my risk to put the trade on. But as a stock trader, for me, this is a no touch right now. It could. I mean, look, you're basically just flipping a coin. You can go long or short here. You have an equal chance of making money, but you have a very strong chance of getting badly burned on a major gap, an overnight gap, if you're holding this any length of time. But look, if you're a swing trader who can stomach the swings of a $1,700 stock, if you're a day trader, I mean, look, lots of opportunity here. The stock's moving like crazy. Lots of opportunity. But me personally, maybe I'm a little more risk averse than others. I wouldn't touch it. Too many other good stocks out there. Too many other good opportunities where we can clearly define our risk and sleep better at night. Yep. Wimmy, I know this thing had a big move recently. Oops. Wimmy. Wow. What a 2-day move. This was a $4 stock on Thursday. Wow. Congrats to anybody who went on vacation last week holding this stock and came back this week and said, hey, wow, look at this. Congrats to you. All right, folks, I got 15 minutes left to hang out with you. Anybody have any questions about the software? I'm happy to answer them for you. Barry as well is pretty good at answering software questions. It's just that, he's got a lot of people coming at him. So if you have a software question, Barry might be able to answer for you. He might not. Just kind of depends on the flow, the conversation flow. But definitely the best time for focused talk about the software is during these daily Q&A sessions from 12 to 1. And we do them every trading day. And we rotate out. I typically do Mondays, and Steve typically does Tuesdays, and Michael has been doing Wednesdays, and Jamie does Thursday, and Andy does Fridays. And we move it around sometimes if people have other obligations or somebody's on vacation or something. But the point is, every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Every day it's a different voice, different person, different perspective, different experience. We've all been trading a long time, all of us, but we all have different experiences, right? We all do different things. We all have different strengths and weaknesses. So it's great to come and get a diversity of opinion from day to day about the software. Trade Idea software is just like your brokerage platform, and the fact that your brokerage platform probably has a ton of bells and whistles, tons of features, tons of things you can do with it, 90% of which you'll probably never use or use very sparingly. Trade Ideas is no different. There's a lot of bells and whistles here. There's a lot of channels. There's a lot of filters. There's a lot of alerts. There's a lot of AI stuff. There's back testing. So much stuff. We don't expect you to become an expert in everything, although many people do when they've been with us long enough. But we don't expect you to become an expert of every feature of the platform so that you can get your value out of the platform. Once you find those 2 or 3 things that work for you, that aid your process and help you make money, that's all that matters. I repeat this story often, but it bears repeating for those of you who haven't heard it. Trade Ideas has been around since 2003. We have customers who've been with us for more than 10 years. And I talked to a customer a while back now, it was maybe 6 months ago, He's an old-time customer. Been with Trade Ideas since like 2006 or something. Long time. And we were just kind of having a free-ranging discussion, just kind of catching up. And he was mentioning, he's kind of giving us kudos for all the new features we've rolled out in recent years around the AI and the auto trading and all that. And he was like, hey, man, this is all really cool stuff. But I'll tell you, I use one alert window and one top list, and that's all I have open on my screen, and that's all I need. If you took those two things away from me, I wouldn't be able to make money. So please don't ever take those two things away, is what he was telling me. So look, he found his two things, and that's it. He doesn't care about anything else on Trade Ideas. So let that be a guide to you, especially if you're new here and you're overwhelmed by everything that you can do with Trade Ideas. Yes, it's easy to be overwhelmed, but just take your time. Go through our YouTube channel. If you go to YouTube and search Trade-Ideas, you'll find our channel. We have hundreds of hours of both short and long videos that cover every feature of the platform. And we have TI University classes, which are about 45 minutes long each. That are great places to get started if you're new. So I encourage you to do that. All right, let's see. Mario, you say, with the breaking out on volume alert, can you talk through the best way to interpret the title of each column? All right, Mario, where are you seeing the breaking out on volume alert? I'm happy to walk through it. I'm not sure where that is. Is it on one of the channels that you're seeing? Breaking out on volume. Is this on the social media channel that we were on earlier? Yeah, Mario, if you could let me know the channel that you're seeing that on, I will pull it up. I don't know if that's in the Traders Vault. Let's pull up the vault. By the way, this channel here, the Traders Vault, in your channel bar, used to be called Channel 4. So if you see some of our old videos, it might refer to Channel 4. But we now call it Traders Vault. These are all of our commonly asked for alerts and top lists that the guys here, the traders here, have created over the years and talk about in their webinars. And we put them here so you can grab them real quick. So let's say you're looking for the horseshoe down strategy. You just go right here and you right click and save it to your cloud. There it is, horseshoe down. I hit save. Now it's in my cloud. And if I go to one of my layouts, then I could just upload that right onto my layout. So what do I do here? On my layout, just click on the My Cloud button, and there it is, horseshoe down, the thing I just saved from the Traders Vault. Hit load, and it'll load up here on my screen. And I can find it, stretch it out, find a home for it. There we go. Okay, so the breaking out on volume is on the Rocket channel. Rocket channel. Is that a new one? You mean the stock surging? Well, I don't see a breaking out on volume alert window here on this channel. Ooh. I'm live. That's okay. Thank you. Just got a nice cold smoothie delivered to me. Yummy, yummy. Thank you. Ooh, feels good on a hot day. So Mario, if you're still with me, not sure where that breaking out on volume alert is that you're talking about. Let me know. Gaston, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I got distracted by Mario's question. Let's see. Hello there. I'm a new TI user. Is there a way to link TI with Fidelity? I have a brokerage account with them. Well, Gaston, I don't trade with Fidelity. I have no domain experience of their platform. But if you're talking about externally linking Trade Ideas to your Fidelity brokerage account, I believe you can do that. We connect to just about every brokerage platform. But you could connect for purposes of cross-reference. So what I mean is, if you click on a ticker on Trade Ideas, right? If I click on this SCHM and bring up the SCHM charts here, it'll also simultaneously bring up that ticker on your Fidelity platform so that you can quickly make a trade over there if you want. or do any kind of analysis that you can do uniquely on that platform. So for external linking, yes, you can link to Fidelity. For purposes of trading, no, you cannot. The only brokerage platform that accepts live orders from trade ideas from our Brokerage Plus module is Interactive Brokers. We hope to have that change in the future. We're working with other brokers to make that happen, but I have no ETA, no time frame of when I can promise that. Just know that it's in progress. But right now, Interactive Brokers is the only broker you can send live trades from trade ideas to. Mouth noises? What are you talking about, Jason? Talking about this? Am I making too much of that noise? If so, I apologize. Well, good luck, Gaston. I wish you the best of luck. It's a journey, my friend. I don't know if you're also new to trading, but it's a journey. It takes time. I've been doing this 22 years. And I'm nowhere near where I want to be. I've had lots of success. I've had lots of failure and everything in between. I've been up and down this roller coaster many times in my 22 years. All right, Jason. Sorry, buddy. Take care. We'll see you soon. I'm drinking this this smoothie that my wife made me. It's delicious, so I apologize. I'm sure that's what you're hearing. Well, Gaston, you're in the right place, my friend. If you're looking to be an active day trader or an active swing trader, Trade Ideas has the tools you need. Trade Ideas is look, I'm biased, of course, right? And there's other good service providers out there, but Trade Ideas has been around a long time. 2003 is when we started, and the tools we think are the best in the business. I was a customer of Trade Ideas long before I was an employee of Trade Ideas. In fact, I used to trade at a prop trading firm back in 2006, 2007-ish. And the prop firm had a deal with Trade Ideas, and all their traders were supplied with a free Trade Ideas subscription. And I used Trade Ideas then. And back then, Trade Ideas was very simple. All they had at the time was an alert window. And I just used that alert window, and I had it set to alert me to stocks making intraday highs with a couple of filters in place, and that's what I used all day long. That was my bread and butter. And if I remember there were a couple days when we didn't have access to Trade Ideas for some reason. It was a problem on our side. It wasn't a Trade Ideas problem. It was a problem with the prop trading firm I was at. Something with their tech issue. And we couldn't stream Trade Ideas for a couple days. And I remember I was just completely blind day trading. I couldn't trade. I couldn't make any money. I relied so heavily on my Trade Ideas alert window. So yeah, we have great tools here, and they will be helpful to you, Gaston. And Trade Ideas, I mean, this is for everybody. Trade Ideas is as useful as you need it to be. And what I mean by that is, Trade Ideas becomes tremendously valuable for anyone once you figure out what it is that you want. Okay? Like, what are the types of stocks you want to be alerted to? What are the types of scans you need to have? Once you figure that out, once you figure out the strategies you want to trade and you build them into Trade Ideas to make your life easier, that's when you start really leveraging the power of the platform. And that has nothing, and that's not even talking about what you find with the AI. It's a whole other ball of wax, but the Holly AI is tremendously powerful as well. EQ, looking good, still going. All right, folks, last call for questions. I've got 2 minutes left, and then I'm going to pass it back to Barry. So last call for questions. Anybody got any questions for me? Now's your last chance to get an answer out of me. We got a little Led Zeppelin playing in the background. Nice. Certainly a good day to have a lot of bullish swing trades on. So we're all working pretty well. Don't get carried away. This is simulated trading. I demo simulated trading, or I said that wrong. I demo swing trading in our simulated trading accounts for people. So these are all swing trades I've put on. Every one of these trades was informed by our AI. That's where I get my swing trading ideas. The AI traded all these names in recent weeks and months, and that's what brought my attention to them to get into the trade. My Twitter handle is @ChicagoSean. Thanks for asking. I'll put it in here. You can find me on Twitter. There it is. I'm happy to talk trading on Twitter anytime you want. If you want to talk stocks, you want to talk options, you can find me on Twitter. I'm always there. Hi, Joe. Welcome. Welcome to Trade Ideas. Glad you're here. Joe, we do these Q&As every day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We do 1 hour of Q&A about the software. So I don't know if you just tuned in now, but we'll be back doing this again tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We do it every trading day. But my time is done now, folks. Good luck with that EQ. Autolicious. Thanks, Joe. I'm going to sign off now, and the next voice you'll hear, I think Barry will be back at the bottom of the hour, but he'll bring you back. He'll be back with the trading room, and he'll take you into the close. So trade him well, everybody.
Can you guys hear me in the YouTube feed? I'm not sure if Sean is still there. I don't know if Sean is still in the YouTube feed, or if he's taken off. No, I won't do it. I won't do it. Okay, so you guys can hear me now. Yeah, so I was just saying that I was talking about EQ just on that 10 break earlier, and I was sort of pointing out some levels instead of taking the trade. And then it popped about 30 cents, and I just won't chase. I didn't chase it. I won't chase it. Never chase. Well, I think on the RIGL, the same thing. I think I have an alert of. I like the. Obviously on a daily chart, it's fabulous. It's just taken all this mess out. On the weekly, it's done the same thing. It has some highs right there on the weekly chart around 230 or so, right where it is. It's my problem with looking at charts like this when I see these topping tails. Again, you have to remember what these all meant. At one point, buyers were really ecstatic, and then the sellers just chomped on them and moved it down 3 times, especially this one right there. Now, does it mean it's going to happen again? We have no way of knowing. I just wish this wasn't here, those topping tails. Otherwise, then you'd be looking left and saying, okay, it has room to 3 for sure. I'm a no channel, Joe. This is my layout you're watching, that you're seeing, my layout. It's not a channel. I shouldn't say that. My channel, if right here, these 3 windows can be accessed from the channel bar, new. Go to the toolbar, new, and then channel bar, and then my watch list. Okay, but again, everything in here is a layout. So before you load anything from within the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. These 2 windows I'm sharing a lot of my scans. And I was going over, obviously we've had some nice runs here. Run 3085, initial alert. Gets up to 33 something. VSLR, initial rear alert 1708. Gets up to 1844. Well, what do you want to say about EQ? Initial alert 913. Got up to 1264. This is the only one that really didn't move. WIMI 2641, very difficult. A tough trader. Lazy and Dolphin have not really moved that much. Well, I'm asked what do I think of I mean, obviously, Moderna is all about the virus. So, what do I think about it? I mean, it's had a great day. But, it's been chopping around for the last few weeks, really. Chop, 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 chop. Maybe today's the breakout day. Will it hold? I don't have a crystal ball to know. Okay, guys, I have to do my video now. What time is it? 1:03. Yeah, I have to do my video now. I've only taken one trade that I talked about. I've taken a couple other completely on my own, which I won't mention. Only one trade that I've actually talked about. Yeah, well, then if you think so, then buy it. I certainly, I'm not here to tell anybody what to buy or sell. All right, guys, so I will be back certainly no later than 1:30. I'm going to do my video, and it should be fairly quick. So, Davey, okay, just before I do my video, if you click on in the toolbar, new channel bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list. Okay, you'll get these three windows. But remember, you won't see it in the scans. It's a channel. But remember, it is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. I'm going to shut this down. Mute you guys. Now I'm muting the YouTube feed. All right, I'm back, guys. And yeah, look at the DLPN is sneaky. Has been kind of sneaky. It is an earnings play. And 126, let's do it now. I'm going to clear this, bring in the other one. And there are actually no alerts. Turning into my favorite time to trade, guys, or from now on, yeah, from 1:30 onwards. Just to see what sort of alerts we get now from the basic new highs and lows once I've kind of zeroed it. Yeah, okay, now the market is making a break and some volume. Look at the SPY volume right there. Now the market is starting to make a nice little break. Did it? Let's take a look at Wriggle. Yeah, the old 250, 50 cent. It's just a little psychological level for these stocks that are under $5 to get through. Doesn't mean it happens all the time. I mean, that's almost to the penny, but it's just always, you should just be aware of that. That's all. Well, because what I'm finding is that a lot of these rocket ships at the beginning of the day, a lot of times they can kind of rest, between 1:30 to 2:30, and then all of a sudden they start getting going again. I don't mean just take them because they're going again, but on volume. All of a sudden, they get some volume, especially if they've closed kind of near the high of the day and they've consolidated just a little bit, and then all of a sudden we get some volume and they start moving again. So that is, we're just finding this very consistently in these two windows. I mean, is every single one? Of course not. But now, what is this one? Lizzie, Lizi. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Looks like this might have been an IPO back here. Lizi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've not seen this one before. 500,000 shares, 10 million in the float. Score is it's actually this, well, the stock composite rating is the same as the score rating. They're exactly the same. Okay. So the higher that number, it's a combination, it's a proprietary filter that we created, takes into account fundamental and technicals, okay? So a stock with a high score or stock composite rating, like, anything over 80, certainly 90, would mean that probably good fundamentals and good technicals. So the technicals, above the moving averages, probably near the highs of at least the year, maybe even a lifetime high, but also good fundamentals. It's a combination. Yeah, Marine, one more and that's it. You haven't, yeah. Yeah, so what you can do, so the highest after the bell. I'm trying to think if there's a way to do that. No, I understand. But the problem is the gap filter. The gap filter, of course, takes into account. Maybe then, yeah, just do a scan, and yeah, don't include pre-market data. The only thing is that, so in other words, I'm trying to think of as a way not to include the pre-market increase. See, the only way I can think of doing it, but it's not absolutely a gap. Okay, is if you use our gap filter. Okay, if you use our gap filter and put a say a maximum gap, of like 0.05 or some create like very low number. So the gap is not a lot, but then track the change from the close. So the gap is not a lot, but the change from the close then is a lot. Does that make sense? I mean, it won't happen right off the bat. That's the thing. So you restrict the gap. I actually have something. See if I still have. Um, used to look at it. I don't know if I still have it though. Small gap breakout. Small gap breakout. Let's see what that looks like. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, okay. So you can restrict this now, okay? So I mean, but what I've got here is I've restricted the gap on the upside to no more than 1% above previous day's close. I mean, you can change that to, even lower if you want. Remembering though that you may not get very many alerts. So I can give this to you and you can play with it. How's that? So these are stocks that did not gap very much, but they definitely have moved. This on the downside. Okay, and you can play with it. So small gap, and if you wanted to, I mean, you could increase the change from the close. I mean, so the change from the close is 2.5%, but the gap was under. I mean, you can just see it. In fact, I don't think it had any pre-market action at all. Well, that's not true. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it really didn't have any pre-market action. Anyway, you can play with it. No, no way, Davey. Yeah, you can do that, Ali. That's what I do in this one. Okay, it starts at 115. You can do that if you want. And the market's putting in a nice move now. All right, now ZVO. What are you going to do here? ZVO. Boy, this could be really interesting tomorrow. There's the high of Friday. Sorry, last week. Well, that's the high of Thursday, I guess. So it's just above that. But if it can continue and take out four, this is an IPO, I guess, of right around here over a year ago. No real reason. Somebody asked, why am I starting this at 1:30? Well, it's after lunch. Half an hour after lunch, and it seems to. So half an hour after lunch, get people back into the swing of things. But you can always start it right at 1 just to see. Okay, you have to be connected to an IB account. If you're using the simulator, it won't show the bid and ask in real time. If you're using it in the simulator, okay? But if you're connected to your interactive broker's account, then you can have the bid and ask. Otherwise, I don't know what to say. This is my IB account, real time sales. There's your bid and ask right there. All brokers have that. That's all I would do. Ah, okay. But every broker will have something like that. It's not just IB. Okay. You're not the first person, Ever since TD went to their quote unquote free commissions, I've heard more people complaining about them than lauding them. You get what you pay for, guys. Okay, now VXRT. Now, if you're wondering why it's not showing up in here, it's because it's over $10. This is only going to look at stocks under $10. Volume coming in, guys, through the ZVO. VXRT, guys, keep a real close eye on it. And remember now, I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm not telling you to take these. You have to manage these. But you just have to look at the room. Something like a VXRT has. Boom! See why I'm loving this from 1:30 on? Are they all like this? Of course not. But see, this is what I was talking about. Kind of a bit of a rest, It was kind of chopping around, not doing too much after the big move, and then volume comes in, pops it up. Now you have to manage it. I mean, I'm not saying I don't know how much further it's going to go, but look at the volume that came in. It's the biggest volume. If I shrink this down a little bit, I mean, it's the biggest 15-minute volume bar, I think, other than the first one, the opening. In fact, that's not even right. This is pre-market, 9:15. So this is the biggest volume bar of the day. But you've got to be nimble. Oh man. Well, you got to love it. Well, guys, I don't know what to say. I mean, there's the alert 11:05. So this one's a little too close to the whole number, 4. Remember what I was saying about ZVO? So I'm going to stick an alert around 411. It probably won't take it out today, but you know, if it takes it out tomorrow, it has room. The MLCO, the issue with it is the 200-day moving average is fairly close. So for me, that's a no-go. So I mean, just because we get an alert doesn't mean that you just hop into it. Now, listen, it may just go like whipping right through that 200-day, but that's why I'm reluctant. I'm reluctant to take the trade. And this one didn't really. 8:54. Where was the alert? What time? Right there, 8:54. So it did, it didn't do it. However, what I'm going to do is stick an alert back at around 8:50 and see if it takes it out later. All right, guys, headphone change. Just a minute. All right, I am back. BSGM, let's see, BSGM. Yeah, is it showing up here? Nope. Why isn't it? It's because the relative volume is only 2.25, and one of the filters here is a relative volume of at least 3, so it won't see this one unless the volume really starts to pick up. Can't believe it, but WIMI is actually basing here. Look at this on the 15-minute chart. What's the spread like? Actually, spread is not terrible, but it's actually kind of basing here. Ugh. That core just there's actually a green bar ignored, not shortable for me, unfortunately. Green bar ignored on the way down for ECOR, but it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers without them having to find shorts for me, which I don't bother. And there's Jack. Okay, there's JAK, and now we're seeing it because the relative volume is 3. All right, yeah, but JAKK, as Real pointed out, probably a lot of resistance right around 8. I mean, look at that daily chart. See a lot of this right around $8, so it may struggle to get through that. But look at the volume that came in. What do they do? Action figures and dolls and toys. Okay. All right. Just keep putting these price alerts a little bit higher, inducing it upwards. Wow. Well, let's put it at 12 now. Meanwhile, net element is it gone negative? Not cool. No, it's not negative yet, but look at this. Net element on the way down after the big pop in the pre-market. Well, you can just always right here. I mean, you can manually trade. I mean, when you have an alert, it doesn't matter whether it's an AI alert or not. So when you have the alert and you see it, you can manually trade it if you want. Just, I mean, there's no difference right there. I can say, okay, I want to get out of the trade or get out of half or double or flatten. Are you talking about using your real money or are you talking about in the simulator? Wow. Okay. Yeah, you can always manually trade it, okay? Including what you're talking about, okay? Meanwhile, VXRT guys, what a rocket ship from there. I mean, oh boy. Well, this is fun, guys. All I'm doing is I'm just putting these price alerts higher and higher and higher and watching them trigger. Boy, oh boy. I mean, look at the volume that came in. I mean, this is what it's all about. It's the volume. Oh heck, put 13. Why not? Before you do anything, I don't know if you watched the video. Okay, okay. I don't know if you watched the video yet. I'm sure a lot of that is covered. How you can take over. Wow. I don't know if you've watched the video. Okay. Did it not cover all that? This one, especially if you're going to start to trade using real money. Okay. Personally, I wouldn't auto trade. You know, you get an alert and you can always just trade it on your own. You can take the alert, and then you can manage it. You want to get into this, you want to short it. The auto trading is, I don't think you have to, but and then if you do this, well, you know what? You better make sure then that you watch that video and that you do a lot of simulation trades then. Finally, a pullback for VXRT. Well, let's take a look at some of the other ones. What's the Melco doing? Remember I said I didn't like the Melco because of the 200-day moving average, pretty close. So I'm did not want that one. The ZVO close to the whole number. This one really, I mean, it looks interesting going forward, but right now not. But I mean, this is the obvious one, just over the whole number. Guys, I mean, if you've seen me trade before, I love the plays just over the whole number. I don't know what you mean, Joey. Where can you find the buy and sell alert? If you're talking about me telling you when to buy and sell, then it doesn't happen, in this room like that. I'll talk about a trade. I'll talk about the setups. And the VXRT went so quickly. I mean, I could after the fact indicate where I bought and sell. But okay, guys, now EQ. Too fast. Oh, from the AI. Okay. You have the premium service, Joey? Oh, okay. So from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, load that. When you load that, this is what you'll see. So in the morning, of course, there'll be nothing in it. Then as the trades come in during the day, you can take this window and you can save it as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning. You can just save it as part of your layout. Okay, so did you get that? And then, you've got your entry time, you've got your stop. And so, how you trade it will be up to you. Oh, I didn't get it. Unfortunately, I did not get the EQ. I think this is taking out the pre-market highs now. At least what we have. I don't know if it was trading. Might have been trading earlier. We got our data at 7 o'clock. That's what we have for a pre-market high of 1376. So it's just above it now. Unfortunately, I did not get that one. I mean, I kid, guys, but I mean, I could probably not do anything until 1:30 and still get some huge percentage moves. That's why I'm not so anxious earlier on in the day. Well, let's take a look at EQ and what it could do after hours, even. I mean, we're talking about a stock. I don't know if this was IPO here, might have been an IPO here, October of 2018. It's possible. When I say that, because we do see it's probably an IPO here, probably. And so the all-time high is just slightly under 20. If this closes near the high of the day, it wouldn't surprise me to see some good after-hour action. Well, this is what I do on the VXRT. I kept talking about it. I said, guys, I like this one. It's over 11, and then it just absolutely ripped. When I get other trades, no, I'm not going to tell you because I have a different style. If something pops immediately, I'll take some off. Don't ask me how much because it's not like I take a third off, a half off, 10% off. It all depends on what I'm seeing, how I'm feeling, what the market is doing. The idea, though, I mean, why we're here is, again, not for me to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. Show you the setups. You have to make up your own mind. I told you why I didn't like the MLCO. I said I don't like it because the 200-day was close. The ZVO, I'm not into it because it's too close to 4. Just things like that. You have to make up your own mind, though. EQ, I wanted to take it. I missed it. I just missed it. Oh boy, Ecor. Yeah, disappointment, I'm sure, for a lot of people. That looked really interesting pre-market. Virus play. Wow. One of the things, if you see me constantly putting price alerts, is a pretty good idea that I'm in. You know, it's sort of a little game I play with myself here. Just put these price alerts in to induce the price higher. But if you see a lot of price alerts that I'm making, again, here's another one. Well, I don't know if this one has as much room. 1443, you can see on the monthly chart last month, that's exactly where it got to. That's where it could easily stall around the 14. I mean, listen, if it got up there from 1313, that'd be awesome. But oh yeah, I mean, chasing is. I'm just not going to do it. I missed it twice. Okay, now the market is starting to put in. Let me just minimize this just a little bit. Starting to put in a couple of red bars now. See if we get a fade action. Let's see. I'm going to stick an alert on the SPY right around here. And Nio is starting to drop after that first 15 minutes, and an awesome move in the first 15, kind of chopped around, but it's been basically coming down now. Okay, guys, one moment, please. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, look at the SPY taking this out right here. I don't know if that's that little news about San Diego, LA schools going only online. I don't know if that's the absolute reason, but somebody's not going to like that. So yeah, watch your longs now, unless you're trading something like an EQ, which is, completely and utterly trading on its own. Wow, look at DLPN. Wow, look at the volume that's just come in. That has just come in to DLPN. This is an earnings play. This does not trade usually very much. For 15 million, it's almost traded the float. It says somebody posted up above. Los Angeles, San Diego schools to go online only this fall. And that's what somebody posted in the stocks only. I mean, obviously there was a bit of a push to get all schools open this fall, back to school. So for what it's worth, that seems, I mean, that could be a reason for the SPY falling a bit. You are a lucky person then, being from San Diego. Yeah, I suppose it could. I mean, had this been under 10, I would have thought, a 10 break for EQ later on. But remember, this is a virus play. WIMI was not a virus play at all. Not even sure what to term it. I mean, no, it's holographics and 5G. That was their big that was their big press release on Friday. Yeah, okay, this is a pretty good candle, pretty good 15-minute candle now for the SPY. Even Tesla's giving it up a little bit here. Remember, it's only down 1.5%, but what did it hit? Almost $1,800. No, I don't call that a ton of bricks. It's down 1.3%. I mean, it looks like $20 seems like a lot, but remember, it's an $1,800 stock. Call me when it's down 10%. Look at Myrna though, too. I mean, Myrna really. I know a lot of you were watching this one, so this one is really. Let's see, what's the level here? That 73 is a pretty big level for it to try to hold. Okay, so will 18 hold, Melco, MLCO? Some good volume. Trying to hold it, maybe. I know Real was talking about shorting this. I don't know if he did, but below 18.13. This was the short NETE. My goodness, what a. I mean, it's still up for the day. So let's see. Some of these SPACs now are SHLL. Somebody was asking about FMCI earlier. It's kind of holding. I mean, it has not collapsed or anything. No, lucky no, there isn't. We can't even compare today's volume to the pre-market volume. We don't have a data point for that. So no, the answer is no. No, EQ is still hanging in. Not definitely trading on its own, not following the market. No, there's nothing like that, Axis. I mean, that's what the AI in theory is about, okay? That's what the AI is all about. Wow, EQ. So, what do we got here? Well, the AI gets out of every trade by the end of the day, but doesn't mean you have to. I mean, if you got into a, let's see if I can find one here. I mean, if you like the way a stock traded and it closed near the high of the day and it had room, you look at the monthly chart and the daily chart and the week, there's no reason why you can't hold it if you don't, if you want to. The AI gets out of the trade only because we're trying to just kind of give us a comparison to what the SPY is doing. That's all. Other than that, though, you don't have to get out of the trades. I mean, the obvious ones we could talk about, like are the run and VSLR. There were the alerts here. 5 days ago, 4 days ago. The way it traded, you could have kept this trade because there's no resistance. So you could have said, okay, I like this. I like the way it traded. There's no resistance, so I'll hold it. Same thing with the VSLR. Same thing. There it was. Yeah, very simple. All you have to do, you can just highlight. You just have to, sort of like Excel or any, you just click on the top and now and copy, Control C, and then paste it into your notebook. Control V it to your notebook, or send to. Let's see, what can you save contents? You can save it into an Excel file. Okay, and then copy from Excel if you want. But right now, if I just went Control C and Now these symbols are copied. Now I could paste them into your notepad if you want. Well, I can't. I'm not going to copy into a notepad, but I mean, just like it doesn't matter whether it's an alert window or a top list window, but just go to your where you want to start copying. Left click on it, and then just drag it down. See how it gets highlighted? It's in blue, and now Control C. Now you've copied it. Then you can, go to your notepad and paste it in. Control V it in. I agree, real. I'm a little behind, but I do see what you're talking about. Okay, so again, just left click and now drag it down. Just like, Excel and most spreadsheets, it's the same principle. Left click, drag it down. It's quite a big fade there for that mRNA. All right, just waiting for some more to come in here. 2:30. Usually we start to get a few more around 2:30, between 2:30 and 3. Wow, look at the look at the bounce for Melco right off 18. Right back up. MLCO right back up. One moment, please. Okay, so Sam, there are only two options for our charts. When you right click on the chart, go to properties, and we either have properties. So where it says symbol linking, you either have it checked or you don't. Okay, so obviously my SPY chart is unchecked. That's why it doesn't change. These are all checked. These 5 time frames are all checked. That's why they do change to the same symbol. Okay, so again, right click the chart, properties, and symbol linking, either checked or unchecked. All right, guys, interesting area right now for the SPY. Is it going to recover a little bit or not? We have a bottoming tail there, but if the next candle is red and takes out this area here, look out. Well, it's starting to be red. We certainly don't have any videos like that. I mean, I just got. I mean, everybody there's going to with 500 people in the room, there will be well not 500 different setups. I have three 32-inch monitors. All right, there are some people with 6 monitors, or some working on a laptop. I mean, it's all over the place, really. For me, 3 monitors is perfect. Obviously I've got my center monitor here that I display. I've got one monitor that mainly my brokerage package, and then another monitor with other Trade Ideas windows. Where do I see the resistance for VSLR? Well, I don't think there is any because, well, I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, it was at an all-time high. Okay, obviously it's pulled back a lot now. Maybe with the market. I mean, the market is pretty serious now. Those are 3, especially that candle right there, that bar, volume bar right there. I think I'm stuck here too, guys. I don't think, yeah, I haven't seen this move. I think my indices are stuck. It happens every now and then. It hasn't happened in a while. I'd have to reload Trade Ideas, which I don't want to. But I think this is stuck at being up 215 on the Dow. What is the Dow at now, guys? Maybe somebody can tell me. Really? It's up for just one moment, please. Really, the Dow's still up? Oh, okay. So I am stuck here. So it was actually up a lot more. All right. I don't follow the numbers so much as what's happening, I suppose, in the actual trend, but oh, look at purple. There's a big drop here for purple. Purple Innovation, PRPL. Big drop down, some volume coming in. This was actually on my watch list as a potential continuation long from Friday, but okay, so I know some were watching this one earlier, HTBX. Now, what do I see? I see some, it's not too bad, 179 on the monthly. Interesting, the volume is coming in. Look at the volume. My goodness, there's 2 million shares right there on that volume. Guard dog at work. All right, guys. I took this HTBX. Don't know what. There's some good volume coming in. HTBX, pretty tight stop. Don't ask me, guys. You have to manage the trade on your own. If it doesn't pop almost immediately, I'm going to get out. But I'm in at 137. Flyer from last week. Look at Mogu. This is actually shortable too, for me anyway. At IB. Now, I usually say that these little ones, like the HTBX, they don't care what the overall market is doing within reason. So I'm not gonna. This doesn't pop really quickly. I'm out of it. Very quickly put this in here. Again, if it doesn't pop quickly, I'm going to get out of it. Just watching it, guys. A couple more pennies and I'm going to be out. All right. Wow, that's it. 1, 2, 3. So we have an hour. Okay, I'm out, guys. I'm out of the HTBX. I will keep looking at it. Just sort of put my alert right up here, the high there. See if we get some volume. Just a little worry. I mean, again, this shouldn't matter what the SPY is doing for HTBX. You can try. Lucky, I've got one scan called bouncers toppers. I mean, doesn't mean they're going to bounce, not 100%, but you can take a look at that one. Those are stocks that have been moving down and maybe, sort of what we'll call oversold, etc. So it's called bouncers toppers. Doesn't absolutely 100% mean they're going to reverse. Yeah, in here, in the scans, bouncers toppers. It's called. Okay, I'm pretty sure. I hope it is. I think it's here. Bouncers toppers, right there. Or click on the half open folder right up here. Room drive icon. It's in there also. Okay, Lucky, you've been here before. You know, in scans, right in the scans tab in the trading room, scans tab in the trading room, they're all here. Or in the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document, and all the scans, including bouncers, toppers, is in there. Okay? No, I don't have the setup, but individual windows, okay? Individual windows you can have. Except, I know, confusing. These three have to be loaded from my channel. New, channel bar, Barry's watch list, okay? Now, again, this is a layout. Everything in a channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you do that. And then all the individual windows that I'm sharing right here, room drive, icon, half open folder, scans that I share, download to a Word document, and then you can, you just copy the link and then file load it from the cloud. Well, I haven't done my scanning yet for tomorrow. I'll do it after hours. It depends how things close. I mean, EQ could be washed tomorrow probably. I mean, it depends how it closes, as an example. But I do my scanning. This watch list that is created can be good for multi-day runs or holds. Because typically the only reason a stock is on the watch list is because there is room on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. Room meaning that there's not a lot of chart resistance. Look at this SPY, guys. This is a big move for the SPY. So we've taken that gap out. BE. Aha. This is a miss by me. I was really thinking to short this one. I mean, it was down up $3 when I really first started looking at it. Now it's only up $1.90. Just fading with the market. This is, hanging in. EQ is hanging in. It is not following the market down. Boy, I mean, yeah, I mean, this could pop. I mean, it's not following the market down at all yet. Really? Let's see. I wouldn't call it turning around yet. I mean, maybe. Okay, there are a couple of bottoming tails. I'd like, for it to really have turned around, I think it's got to take out at least the high of that previous 5-minute candle and continue. But it might. I still have my eye on the Heatabix in case it gets back up to this level here. Yeah, now why? Okay, again, now I know people are going to say, well, why don't you see these here? Just reduce the relative volume. But again, it'll introduce a lot of stocks I may not want to see. But anyway, HMHC, huge. Look at that volume. Thank you, Real. Let's see if this. Take a look at this on the daily chart. So what do I see? I see a lot of resistance, not that far away. Right around 2. But look at the volume that is coming in. Okay, so digital courseware. So maybe that's got something to do with the California announcement. Maybe stocks like this will really be helped. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, no idea. This is just an opinion, perhaps. All right, guys. So I'll be shutting the room down at around 3 o'clock. I say I'll stay a little later if there are questions. Otherwise, I will shut the room down at 3. Maybe doing some trading on my own. Okay, how to construct a multi-strat. Now, why do you want to construct one, Lucky? Tell me why you want to do it before I tell you how to do it. Okay, now typically a multi-strategy window is used if you don't have a lot of screen space. Okay, just to let you know, that's why people use multi-strategy windows, because you can take as many alert windows as you want and put them in one window. Okay, that's the reason. That's typically the reason why people want a multi-strategy window. So is that the reason why you want it? I mean, if you've got enough screen space. Oh, okay. Well, you're right. That app, yeah. And sometimes you can put competing strategies in a multi-strategy window. Okay, so now you're intrigued by what. Okay, all right. So here's how you do it. First step: take your alert window. Only alert windows. Oh, you want to separate them. You want to separate them. You don't want a multi-strategy window. So you want to separate them. Okay. All right. So I've got my options, plays, magic, shared. Okay. So all you do is right click, hover over strategies, and bouncers, toppers will show up. Hover, hover, hover until you get to this. And then where it says open alert window, that's all you do. Open the alert window. And you do it for both of them. And then you'll have the two separate windows open as alert windows. Okay. No, I didn't open. No, no, but I was just showing. This is a multi-strategy window. I mean, I was just showing you how you do it. You'll hover over strategies. This box will pop up. Hover over it. This box will pop up, and then open alert window. So if you want to, so I mean, yours obviously will say bouncers, and then there'll be one that says toppers. Well, let's see. I mean, this is where I thought it might stall HMHC right around this area, 185-ish. And then you see, I don't like this daily. I just find there's too many little areas where it could stall. Obviously, if we can get through 2, then look out. Then it's got some room to 3. That's a what a pop for mRNA though off the low of 70. Basically a $4 pop. Well, I'm not seeing too much coming into this window now. I mean, the only one that's well, now it's starting to really fade. So, well, not really. It's a down 5 cents, but okay, MediWound could be, interesting. It has some room to about 527 on the monthly chart. And what are we now? So it's way over the 200-day moving average. If it holds 4, just a little bit over 4, bases a little bit, but you see there was no volume that. Well, am I wrong? Let me see. 223. Yeah, see, there's no volume that really came in. Remember, I'm really looking for a big like it doesn't have to be that size, but I want to see a big volume push when we get these alerts. If I don't see it, then I will just kind of discount it. I mean, you see right there. I mean, look at the volume push right there for VXRT. Well, Boxel is sort of, well, I mean, there was the alert at 134. So, I mean, on a percentage basis, that's not bad. And it has room to about the 176 mark. Wow, NETE just would surprise anybody if it went negative. I mean, it has really given up a lot here from 1944 down to 1320. Well, if you're talking Mario, if you're talking about these ones, I mean, it's not how much; it's more the well, I mean, within reason, it's more the relationship that the volume bar has to the previous ones. I mean, most of the time, anything I'm seeing here will have sufficient volume to get into the trade, overall volume. But now I'm looking for that volume pop. So it's more what is in relation to what it was before. So again, the VXRT, you can just see right there. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's the biggest volume bar of the day. And even this one, just that one right before it was a big compared to all the rest of them for the last, well, probably 3 hours. So it's more the relationship. And don't ask me what the rate. I mean, my eye is going to tell me. My eye is going to tell me if I think it's good. So it's not like it has to be 25%, above the the highest of the last 10 candles. I don't get too complicated like that. It's more visually, your eye will tell you. And then the overall volume is never going to be an issue. I mean, 114 million shares. So that's not going to be the issue, the overall volume. Make sense? Well, the SPAC market is being spanked today. GKK, I have to tell you, I'm not in graph anymore. I can get back in if you're in the room. I actually got out of, well, I was in this one at 16.95 and I did sell some. And I actually sold some in the pre-market today. My position in the pre-market. What did I get it out at? Heck of a, yeah, actually right at 21. So I can always get back in, but I'm finding this is a better, right now anyway, more of a trading vehicle than holding on for that big giant move. Okay, so lucky, all you do is this. Right click. And properties, and check. You can check text headers. There's only two options. Checking text headers or not. So if I uncheck the text headers, then it becomes the icons. Okay, so I go to any header, doesn't matter. Make sure I'm in, not in the body here. Well, actually, I guess in the body wouldn't matter. And then text headers. I think it used to be that you had to be here, but anyway. Okay, so right click, properties, and then text headers. It's either checked or it isn't. Just out of curiosity, and I'm not going to hold you to it, what sort of a move are you looking for? For the graph? No, I'm talking to a GKK. Really? Okay. Well, I think I'll still have time to get into it. I don't think it's going to go overnight. Well, it might, but that's a chance I take, I guess. I don't like the sector. I mean, I'll flat out just say I don't like the sector, the cannabis sector. I mean, obviously, AFA's had a nice day. I think it had an upgrade. I mean, it's a very choppy looking weekly chart. How's it doing with the rest of the sector? I mean, yeah, again, this, yeah, it's having a nice little, maybe a nice little day today. I just don't love the sector. I mean, ultimately, wow, look at EQ. Ultimately, it might do something, but that's the. I really haven't taken a look at these as something that I really want to trade for a while. But all I do know is that it had a stifle upgrades it to $8. Okay, and great volume coming in. I mean, no question, great volume coming in. But right here, 515. I mean I mean this area right there could be a real big block. That shouldn't be happening, Davey. Your simulated trade should not be getting wiped out. That must be a bug. Oh. But where are you doing it? You're loading. Are you loading? I've never tried this before, to be honest. So new channel bar, and are you loading Brokerage Plus here? Oh, don't. I wouldn't do that. I would load it. I would go to the toolbar, new, and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, so from the toolbar, new Brokerage Plus. Then this one, then you can incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay, now you don't have to load it every day. The channels are fine, but ultimately, once you get used to using trade ideas, you're going to want to have your own layout, because every time you click on a channel, of course, they are layouts, so the layout will disappear. Ultimately, if you have the AI as an example, you'll want this window as part of your layout. You don't want to load it every day. And the same thing with this. Well, I guess it was a pretty good alert. EQ here at 1281. Now it's 1817. Yeah, it's a low float. The other one was a pretty low float too. I think we had 6 million in the float. So I mean, this is typical. Wondering why these sort of things happen is because it's a low float situation. Again, the float is a supply of stock that's available to trade. So the lower that number, which is 8 million, it's very low. The lower that number, and if there's demand for whatever reason, they had a press release. This is the sort of stuff that can happen. The interesting thing is that it faded so much. Almost got cut in half before it rested, and then boom. All right. Well, okay. There is a bottoming tail on the SPY. Remember, that candle right there used to be red all the way down there. Buyers took it up. Now the buyers look like they're in control again, for a while anyway. No shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for EQ. All right, everybody. It looks like it's just about 3 o'clock. Are there any other questions? I don't think I'm going to do any trading, actually. I don't think I am, unless something pops in here. I don't see anything that's resting. I'll make a decision on EQ at the end of the day if I want to actually swing this. Well, what do I think about it? I mean, there's no trade right now. I mean, it's stuck sort of in this, I hate to call it a channel, but I mean, it's just kind of stuck. I wouldn't know what to do with it right now. Looks like it wants to move down, to be honest, for WIMI. Yeah, trade. I don't know what to say. I'll just repost. I know you said this last week. I'm just going to repost it. But didn't you post that last week? So tomorrow, I mean, hopefully tomorrow it will be okay. You posted that, I'm talking to somebody in YouTube, but you posted that last week, right? So maybe tomorrow when he does his trade of the week, it'll be okay. Okay, I did post your comment to him, so we'll see if it works better tomorrow. Oh, I see. Okay, so I think I took your comment and I posted it to him. So hopefully it'll work better tomorrow. All right, everybody. Yeah, let me know, or let him know. Don't let me know. Let him know. Info at trade-ideas.com. Okay. All right, everybody. That is it. Another exciting day in the old trading room. So we'll see you tomorrow I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow.